Hello everyone and welcome to Simply Learn. I am Pratik Shinde and I will be your Learner Success Manager for today's session. It's great to have you all here and I hope you are having a wonderful day so far. So before we jump into the exciting content, can you please confirm in the chat box if you can hear me loud and clear? Yes, awesome. Thank you for the confirmation, guys. After the session, we will send out a short survey. Your feedback is priceless to us. So please take a moment to rate this session and tell us how we did. Closed captioning is available for this session. You will have to enable it to follow the conversation closely. The same will be made available in the session recording also. So before we dive in, let's do a quick audio check with our trainer. Hi Ranjita ma'am, can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, you are loud and clear. Just confirm if I am also loud and clear.
Yes ma'am, we can hear you loud and clear as well. So now I will make you the presenter so you can begin this session. All right everyone, get ready to dive into amazing content. Happy learning.
Very good afternoon, good evening, good morning, team. So, hope you people have done the revision or not yet. The topic that we started yesterday, we covered our Scrum framework and then we moved on to the planning. And in planning, we just discussed about the overview of the planning. How do we do the planning in the predictive? How do we plan our project in the adaptive? Just an overview. And then we started with our scope planning for the predictive project. So we just discussed that we need to have a requirements. So we discussed about our requirement collection process. How do we collect it? So before that, we need to have a requirement management plan because that is going to guide us. It is just going to outline those strategies for identifying, analyzing, and keeping the track of all the requirement. That is what like how the requirement traceability matrix should look for. That is what we discussed yesterday. So we covered our detailed requirement collection process where we talked about the data collection techniques, isn't it? Data gathering techniques. That was all interviews, questionnaires, focus group, isn't it? We talked about the brainstorming, nominal group technique, the prototyping. Then we talked about the data analysis technique. So data analysis is nothing but where we talked about the document analysis, alternative analysis, and the product analysis. Then we also discuss the decision making techniques, voting, and the multi criteria decision analysis. Then we saw the data representation techniques. What were three data representation techniques that we discussed? Remember? Affinity diagram, mind mapping, and the context diagram or the use case diagram, isn't it? So that is what like we talked about. And another one was the prototyping, benchmarking. All this is what like, let me take you to that. Yeah, this is what we discussed. So I think prototyping was left. Prototyping, all of us knows, it is just like we are creating a mock-up, isn't it? It is a kind of a physical model or the working model that we create and the storyboarding. This is what most of the time, if you want to come up with a new car or a new product, or maybe your any of the construction project where we just have our CAD model that will represent the same how we are going to do it. Similarly, we do a CAD prototype of our on all the other products as well, which will give us the complete mock of that kind of a product that we are coming up. So this is what like we had discussed yesterday, and now we would be moving to the prioritization techniques. So I had uploaded yesterday on the LMS portal about the task notes for our scope planning, and the other templates also I have uploaded it, as well as our Excel sheet for the eco mapping. So hope you people could have got it access through the LMS portal. The people who were facing the trouble with the Google Drive. So just check it out, and rest today's topic I would upload by the after the class only for the today's templates that we are going to discuss for the scope planning. So now once we have our requirements with us, so how do we do the prioritization? So for prioritization also we do have got various methods, and they are applicable for predictive, hybrid, and even in the adaptive project also. Once you have to prioritize your features or your requirements, so the same prioritization techniques we use for all the different projects. So there are most commonly used techniques as a Moscow analysis. Now this Moscow analysis is nothing but it is an acronym which is used for must have, should have, could have, won't have. I'm sure you some of you must have used these analysis technique for your prioritization for the project. Yes or no? This is the most common technique that we use for the prioritization, right? So here basically what you do is you know that you are coming up with a project. So now we know that there are several features that we have to develop. So how do we decide what are those core essential features, must have features? Because without these features, that product or that will not function, that app will not function. That is what is the most critical features, so that we categorize as a must have feature. Let's say if you are coming up with a new EV car, so we know that there are several features, isn't it? We need to have a electric powertrain for this car. Then what else? Definitely the airbags. Yeah, all those basic safety features has to be there. Then what else? We know that there has to be the advanced driving system also. There has to be uh, what all features? Maybe the wireless phone charging. What else we would require in this electric car? Self-driving capability, steering, tires, yeah, basic features that is also there, charging port, maybe sunroof. Yeah. Then if you want to have some navigation, isn't it? Voice controlled navigation. So these are all different features that we have. Now, if we want to, that is what I'm just coming up with all the features right now. Now if we have to categorize under must have, so what you will have out of these feature? Definitely there has to be the powertrain, that is a must have. Then airbags, charging point, yeah, your airbags safety features has to be there. All those basic features has to be there in that, isn't it? This is what, like, you know that what all features should categorize under the must have features. Now what could be categorized as should have? Should have means these features are important because these features will add some more value which customer do look for in the product. But even without these features, your product may function. Yeah, it does, isn't it? That is what we can categorize as a should have feature. Wireless phone charging, or maybe we can have our voice controlled navigation, that is also could be coming under the should have feature. Parking sensor, music system. Okay, that is the should have features. Now, third category is the could have. Could have means they are nice to have, but only include them in your product if you have the resources or the funds available. Yeah, sunroof, moonroof, all those could be considered. Maybe your customized interiors, 360-degree camera, that is all could have features. No, won't have means won't have feature. Maybe we don't want to keep it in our this particular release, might be in our updated version, new version we would like to add. These initiatives are not on the top priority for us. We may have it in our different version. That is what we are looking for. Maybe our self driving capability we can keep for our next version. 18-inch info system, all that could be kept under your won't have feature right now. Means those features we cannot include in this particular version, we can always consider later on. So that is how we categorize these features, and based on that we are going to first put our priority what we need to focus on. So this is how we also try to work and to classify how we can have our minimum viable product also. That is what like we first focus on. So we are going to use this buckets where we just put our features, and based on that we can do that. So we first have to focus on the most important key deliverable that is going to be important for the project, rather than getting stuck into the other features that might be important for our future release. This is how we make use of our Moscow prioritization. It can be used for your uh, apps also. If you are working on a food delivery app, so which all features should come in the must have, what you can keep it for the should have, what you can keep it for the could have, what we can keep for the won't have. So based on that we are going to prioritize our backlog also. This is how we do use this uh, technique very in the initial stage when we are working on the project. So this is how we are going to categorize it. Then there is another model that we call as a Kano. So Kano model was again it was like coined by Noriaki Kano. So what this particular model helps us. So this is basically on the two factors. So it just says we want to decide that what would be the impact of our features based on the degree of their implementation versus the customer satisfaction. If we have a very improved or very enhanced feature developed in a product, whether it is going to have an impact on the customer satisfaction or not, customer expectations or not, this is what we are trying to address. So we want to understand how the different features of our product is going to affect the customer satisfaction. So we do have our threshold attributes. Now these threshold attributes are nothing but the must be quality. All right, Ganesha, we have just started only the prioritization technique. Okay, so this is the prioritization technique. So we know that if we are coming up with a product, so how we can classify what are those must-have features? Because if these features are missing, definitely customer will be unhappy. So if you are going to keep these features, anyway, this is not going to increase the customer satisfaction because they are by default has to be there. Yes, Kano we have just started. No, Kano model is nothing but we just want to understand. Yes, Sundaram, we should have must have features when we are working on our MVP, no, because they are the core functionality. Without these features, our product will not function. So our must have features has to be there, and also one or two should have features we have to add it up because that will add more value. So a must have plus few should have, we keep it in our MVP. No, it is just like when we are trying to work on our project. So this is what we first focus on, our must have features and the should have features. That is what afterwards we know that what could be of the important. But right now, because we don't have the resources or the time, so that we can't add could have features currently, that is what we would be doing it in our subsequent releases. But again, remember, as we know, that scope is evolving. What if suppose because of the market shift or because of the change in the technology, might be some of the could have feature is now should have or must have, isn't it? That is what there could be a possibility. Right now what we are doing is we are just trying to prioritize, because right now you have got so many requirements with you, so we want to now prioritize them. What should be of our top priority, what should be coming under the less priority, so based on that we are going to focus on. So we are just discussing about the various prioritization technique, because you know that how we are going to define our clear cut scope. So for that, once you collected your requirement, based on that we are now going to set our priorities. So this is applicable for all the projects. That is what these techniques can be used. So threshold are the must have quality features, because if you are including it, definitely it is not going to have any impact on the customers satisfaction. If they are missing, definitely customers will be dissatisfied. So they are because expecting it, they are not going to be more happy or extra happy if you're adding these features. Performance attributes are basically the one dimensional quality. So these features will have an impact on the customer satisfaction. Yes, if you are working on a web application, so we know that login feature, placing the order, making the payment, they are the threshold attribute, isn't it? That is what should be there, isn't it? This is what has to be there as a kind of a must have feature for our project. If you are trying to develop a kind of a new car, or maybe you are just trying to work with a kind of your e-commerce website, so isn't it what all those features must be there? If you're working on a website, so you know that you have to work on a website where the customer should have a search function, so that he can just navigate your website. If suppose you don't find a search option in any of the website, don't you feel that there would be a chance that customer will not be engaged, or he may just go back? That is what we have to look for. So whatever features in about us, your product catalog, what you feel that they are the must have features for our website. So this is what we need to first focus on. So based on that only you would be classifying. So you know that there are mostly when we talk about this Kano model, so this is usually preferred when you are trying to improve some of your services, or whether you are trying to launch some new product. So there we want to understand what features are going to make our customer extra happy. What features are going to be classified as a must have or the basic quality, because they are not going to impress your customer, but their absence will definitely dissatisfy them. That is what we are like. If it's just like you are coming up with a new smartphone, so we know that that smartphone should have those basic features of calling, texting, isn't it? The WhatsApp feature, all those basic features should be there. Now, performance attribute is basically when we talk about these are the one dimensional quality. The better you implement that feature, that is going to impress the customer. We know that we have a car, we have a seat in that car. So, seat is a threshold attribute. Now, adjustable seat could be a performance attribute. If you just have an adjustable seat, because you know that if your seat is not adjustable, still car will function. But if you add that adjustable seat, that will be really a performance. That will really be a criteria for the customers for the decision making. The more adjustable you are going to make it, the customer is will be more happier. That is what like the camera quality. We know that camera is a threshold attribute, but the quality of the camera is what is one of the criteria that people use for decision making. The battery life, that is again a decision making criteria for our mobile phone. So performance attribute, basically the better you implement, higher the customer satisfaction would be. These are the decision making criteria, performance criteria, because these features have a direct correlationship between the customer satisfaction. That is what, like, as I gave you the example, these features, without them also your project will run. But if you implement it in a better way, these features will serve as a decision making criteria for the customer. Just like your better camera quality, better battery life, that is what is a kind of your performance attribute. This is what people will always look for, isn't it? You know that your response time of a website is the shortest one. Excitement attribute means they are the delightful features. Means customer is not expecting these features, but if you add these features in your product, it is definitely going to increase the customer satisfaction. Some of the innovative features, isn't it? That is what the face recognition feature launched in the mobile, that was a kind of a excitement attribute at that time. But again, with the time, once the features are being copied out by your other competitors as well, so some of those excitement features along with the time might be becoming the threshold also, isn't it? Once the Mercedes launched the airbags in their car, that was the first company to introduce the airbags. No other car company has done that. At that time it was an excitement attribute, but now everybody is copied. Now it has become a threshold only, airbags, isn't it? If it is a kind of a hospital, like hotel, you know that you are traveling and you are having a preference for your hotels. Seatbelt is again a threshold attribute, no, Vasant? It would be a threshold. Without seatbelt, you cannot sell a car. No, it is coming under the quality criteria. If suppose you're coming up to improve your hotel services, or maybe you want to enhance the customer satisfaction, now we want to look for. So, what if suppose you are always going to some of the property, now this time when you went there, and now your like the booking was upgraded without any extra charge, isn't it? When we travel in the airlines and we just got our bookings upgraded from economy to the business class, isn't it? You feel happy, or it is a kind of an excitement attribute. So maybe whatever features are going to be a kind of your features which customer has not expected, and we are providing them, that is what is a kind of an excitement attribute. This is how we always look for some innovative ways what can be done, so that it will be really a excitement features for the customer. It will really excite them, increase their customer satisfaction. In different attributes, even when you are coming up with a new product, at that time also you have to think for how we can have a kind of an innovation, isn't it? Maybe not only for the agile, it could be used in your predictive projects as well, isn't it? Don't you feel? What is going to be exciting your customer? Because these are the, what we say, satisfiers. Threshold attributes are the satisfiers. These are basically the delightful attributes. These are the decision making criterias. Indifferent attribute is the kind of neutral one. So basically, these features will not have any impact on the satisfaction or the dissatisfaction of the customer. Chinese OEM are now working on 13 airbags. Exactly. This could be an excitement attribute because we know that it is not a kind of a mandatory, but better you are doing it, so that is what it will be there, it isn't it? So that is what people are going, they have not expected, and we are getting something. You just booked a flat, and what if you got a free parking? That would be a kind of an excitement attribute, isn't it? It is just like you booked a flat, and now in that flat you have got a voice controlled lighting. So those could be a kind of a, because the better you implement, that will excite the customer, that will increase the satisfaction of the customer. Indifferent attributes are nothing to do with the customer satisfaction or the dissatisfaction. If you add them, it is not going to make any impact on the satisfaction. If you don't add them, that also doesn't make him dissatisfied. This is what we have a kind of an indifferent attribute. It is just like, suppose you know that you are working on a kind of a project, or maybe it is a kind of a hotel industries, you want to add some of the services there, all those kinds of a thing. So maybe if it is a kind of some additional decor you are doing it, might be it is not going to impact the customer, isn't it? You are just trying to keep the Ramayana, Gita, Bible all at the hotel room. That also will not make any difference to the customer. So that would be again, you are not going to focus on these features, because we know by adding these features it is not going to create any impact on the customer satisfaction or the dissatisfaction. So right now we should not keep them. Rejection attributes are basically the reversal. We should try to avoid them. It should be deprioritized. The features which will have a kind of dissatisfaction to few people. Just like you are coming up with a website and you're just adding a music for that. So might be there would be few people who will not like that, isn't it? That is what is a kind of a rejection or a reversal attribute. If you know that you are into this improvement, customer improvement project, you are doing it, how we can enhance the customer satisfaction. So we know that the staff or the room, the your accessories are not clean, too much ads in the app. That is also, you know that in order to make a booking, customers needs to view that ad. That is also a kind of a rejection attribute. So we do have to understand this, so that what we can do is, this is totally a customer oriented analysis of their expectations. So when you are trying to evaluate some of those ideas, you can always think of what is going to increase the customer satisfaction, so that there you have to put more focus on what features are not going to have any impact on the customer satisfaction or dissatisfaction. We should always not include them for now. Indifferent attribute, that is what I think we just mentioned it. It is going to be a kind of, like, say, customizable themes. You know that you are using your mobile, so we know that if you add some extra emojis, emoticons, all that thing will not create any impact on the customer satisfaction. Yeah, in the hotel design also, no, customizable themes, or you are just adding some kind of an additional decors, that will not have any impact on the customers view. So this is what, like, we should always keep it in mind. Again, this is what, like, we should keep them as a kind of, because might be if you use these cartoon themes, so some of the people will not even like, no, Ankit. So don't you feel we should keep them as a not right now, isn't it? It may not have any direct relation with the customer satisfaction. Maybe if you know that there are some suites where you have a kinds of a kids room separately, but if you have this cartoon themes in all of your room, it will be sometimes not good for you, no, some people will not like that. That is what we have to see. If you are coming up with a new car and entire interiors you are trying to make it in a kind of a pink interiors, there would be few customers, they will be dissatisfied. So we always try to do not include them as of now. If you find that these features may dissatisfy the customers, many of our customers would be dissatisfied, so they will come under the rejection attributes. In some rooms you can do that, is what based on the preference, isn't it? If you're doing it, so definitely it would be coming under your, if you feel that the adding this cartoon themes is definitely going to excite our uh, parents or the kind of customers who are coming up with their kids, it will come under the excitement attributes in that case though. Yes, see, that is what I just mentioned. When we are trying to come up with some new product ideas, some innovative ideas, so that is where we should always do this starting with the Kano model, isn't it? So that is what it is going to help us to analyze our stakeholders also, and we can define our project scope based on that. So this is what this Kano model will be helping us to classify those features, and we just plot it on this graph. So we know we have two factors. One is the customer satisfaction and one is your implementing those features. So we know that the threshold attributes will not increase the customer expectations because they are the must have features. Performance attributes, better you are going to implement it, better the customer satisfaction would be. Excitement attributes, even their small implementation is going to increase the customer satisfaction because customer have not expected them. Reversal or the rejection attributes will always dissatisfy, or it should be always creating a dissatisfaction. Indifferent attributes are the flat, it will not have any kind of an impact on the satisfaction. There is an example for our online shopping project. So we know that the features which we should focus more on, where we know that the availability of the product, your zoomable features, isn't it? Product reviews, all your shopping wish list has to be there. Excitement attributes would be your 360-degree product view, the videos. Maybe nowadays we have our all VI, AI, all that is what can be excitement attributes. The virtual try on, all that would be a kind of our excitement attributes that we should have. So this is how we are trying to use this Kano model in analyzing the customer satisfaction with our feature implementation. Third method we use is the paired comparison. So usually paired comparison is nothing but we are just trying to compare our requirements against other, and then we try to rank them. It is nothing but you are just comparing A with B, B with C, like that. So you know that you have got multiple option, and this is only useful if you have got limited options to compare. Otherwise it would be too tedious exercise. It is just like we just want to compare between the multiple features, what we have to do first. That is what like you are trying to do this paired comparison. Maybe we are coming up with a fitness app. So this is what we know, that what features we have to first prioritize. So we compare these features with the other. Step tracker and step tracker, same feature cannot be compared. So we are comparing step tracker with calorie counter. So this is getting voted. People have preferred this. If you compare A with C, you are preferring A. So this is how we do the comparison for the different options, and based on that you are trying to finalize which is coming on the top. Just consider you have got your budget. Now you want to decide where I should put it first. You have got multiple options, that whether I should focus on by interiors of the living room, or my bedroom or my kitchen interiors, or should I focus it for my landscaping work or maybe external exterior facade? That is what you have got four options to decide with. Where I should first start with. First, I should give preference to which one? Living room, bedroom, kitchen, or my exterior. So you just compare first living room with bedroom, what you prefer. So you prefer no living room with kitchen, you prefer kitchen, living room with exterior, you prefer living room. Similarly, bedroom with living room, we will not compare because already we have compared here. Bedroom with bedroom cannot be compared. Bedroom with kitchen, if you want to prefer, let's say you are preferring kitchen. Bedroom with your, again you are preferring your, let's say bedroom. So again, kitchen with kitchen you will not prefer, kitchen with exterior we prefer kitchen. So how many vote for kitchen? 3. Your living room 2, bedroom only 1. So that means our first preference should be given to the kitchen. This is how we just have a kind of a one another method where we just compare the features with the other. It is only useful if you have got some limited options, so we can just compare one with the other, and based on that, we decide what is going to be our best or the first choice for doing that. This people do use for comparing their problem priority also, what we should first given as a priority. That is how, once the limited options are there, so we can just compare each other and we can decide what we should go for, which is more important for us as of now. Then the fourth method is the 100-point method. Let's do this as a small exercise. If suppose we have got to choose, you have to choose between the iPhone, MacBook, smartwatch, and let's say iPad. These are the four options with us. I am giving you 100 points. So 100-point method is just like fixed allocation. The people who have played the Monopoly game, it is just same to that only. So we just give the participants $100, or we call them as 100 points. Now these 100 points you have to distribute for these features. So few volunteers from our team member, I am giving you 100 points. So you just distribute these 100 points based on your priority. Whether your first priority is on the MacBook, so you have to give more points to the MacBook. If it is more priority for your iPhone, give more priority to that. So this is how you have to just give it your points, isn't it? Whether you want to give iPhone 10, MacBook 30, smartwatch 40, then iPad 20. So all of you, based on your priority, just distribute your 100 points. I will just do that. 50, 10, 10, 30. Others, I need 5, 6 response. You can just put comma also, no? 10, comma 20, comma 30, comma 40, like that also. Only one response I have got. What about others? You just put it by comma only. Don't write it fully. 40, 30, 10, 20. 50, 20, 15, 15. 30, 40, 10, 20. 20, 40, 25, 15. 75, 15, 10. So we are done. So what we have to do? Sorry. This is wrong because total 100 point we have to consume. 20, 40, 10, 30 I'll take. What is the rule? If I have given you 100 point, you have to consume all your 100 points. So right now 50, 60, 70, okay, total 100, 40, 70, 80, 90, 100. Here we have all got correct. 70, 100, 70, 80, 100. Now we will be summing up. iPhone has got total how many points? We are done with the figure, no? 50 plus 100, 140, 170, 190, 210, 30, 40, 60, 100, 140, 180, 20, 35, 60, 70, 80, 50, 70, 100, 30. This is what is our score. So the iPhone has got maximum. So this comes first, this comes second, this comes third, this comes fourth. C is not right. 50, 70, 15, 15. Why it is correct? No. 50 plus 20 plus 15 plus 15. It is 100 only. Oh, sorry. It was 15 only, right? So this is how we do in this 100-point methods. So we just have our stakeholders. We give them the 100 points, and then they have to distribute these 100 points across these requirements based on their importance. So this is how we are encouraging their engagement also, and how we can have the prioritization clarity as well. So this is how we do prefer. So mainly when we talk about our Kano, so there we are more focusing on the customer satisfaction. So based on that, we have to decide for the implementation of the features. Paired comparison is just a subjective ranking. This is how we are not focusing on one stakeholder, Shilpa. No, we know that we are taking the preferences of multiple stakeholder. Might be for few stakeholders they could have. Yes, Hitesh, it could be there. That is what, like, when we are using these techniques, no? So we know that, especially when you prefer in your agile, it is the product owner who is going to have the final decision. For taking the inputs, he will be involving the team and the other stakeholders, but final decision would be of the product owner only. So what if suppose in our other stream, we know that we have to have our ground rules for the decision making. So if we get stuck, might be we have to do the different combinations, isn't it? That is what we talk about. Maybe we have to go for our decision making, other ways to discuss for that. So even they use dot voting also. Now dot voting is also nothing but, we know that we have got four features. So we just give the participants sticky dots, or maybe they just use their markers and they just do the voting to the features. So whichever feature gets the maximum, that feature wins. So that is a simple voting by sticky notes, sticky dots, or your board marker. So we just use these different prioritization methods for our requirements prioritizing. So we have our Moscow, we have our Kano, we have our paired comparison. We do use our 100-point methods. So there are definitely the kind of thing based on the requirement, because this is what usually we just decide first when we are working on the what in all model, Krishna? Yes, that is what we have collected the requirements from them, no? So we would like to understand their preferences also, isn't it? That is what we are using these techniques. You are trying to involve the stakeholders as well to know about our project. We are collecting these requirements from our stakeholders as well, no? So we need to involve our team. We need to involve some of these experts when we are looking for this prioritization. Even you would be involving in some of this prioritization with your sponsors also. That is how we do it. That depends on the predictive project or the adaptive project? No, some kind of a based on this, maybe the scenario based, the team just want to look for what should go on the top priority. So they just want to understand that for their next time box, next iteration, what they should include. So what model they should use for. In that case, they should always prefer to go for the Moscow. That is how they will be classifying. Now, if you're coming up with some new product idea, and you want to just understand the customer satisfaction, based on that you would like to decide your prioritization or your features, you should prefer the Kano model. User survey is what like we are doing in our paired comparison. That is what we just try to get the response from different users, and then we collect their response and we can sum up them, which is getting the highest vote. This paired comparison is where it is a kind of your user survey we are preferring, isn't it? So this is what like prioritization talks about. You have got so many features. Now what should go on top, what shouldn't go on top, that we have to always look for. So usually when we talk about our predictive project, so we know that there has to be a plan, project management plan. So that is what we always start with. So scope management plan when we are preparing. So this task is giving us two component. When we say we are planning for our scope, so that means we have got two components of our plan: scope management plan and requirement management plan. These are the two components that is going to help us in the scope planning. So requirement management plan we just saw yesterday, it is the component which is just going to outline our tools, our strategies for identifying, analyzing the requirements, and how we are going to track and trace them. That is what should be your RTM should like, requirement traceability matrix should like, who will be giving the approvals for changes in those requirements. All that strategies goes into this. Now when we talk about our scope management plan, so for a project manager, how the entire scope has to be built up, what kind of your processes you have to use for developing your work breakdown structure, how you are going to validate your project scope, how you are going to monitor your project scope. All those things we do have to outline in our scope management plan. So how you are going to define the scope, develop, monitor, control and validate. These strategies will go in our scope management plan, isn't it? So we need to ensure that our team is going to include only those project work which is required, and we are not doing anything extra. So how we are going to ensure that we are always working on the well defined work, and we have to manage, we have to monitor all those work, how we will ensure that we have completed that work, that will go into our scope management plan. What kind of a WBS structure we are going to prepare, how you are going to monitor your scope, how you are going to control your scope, that is what will be going into our scope management plan. We'll just see how it looks like. So once we have our scope management plan and we have already get our requirements, and now you need to know what should be going into your scope statement. Scope statement means what should be included in our scope, what shouldn't be included in our scope. Because when we talked about project charter is something which is a high level document which will always tell us about the high level scope. Project charter will not give us the detailed scope, isn't it? If we have seen last time our project charter component. If I just take an example that we want to work on a maybe an apartment project. So let's say scope management plan for this apartment project will have all the information about our scope definition, that we have to create our work breakdown structure, what should be those deliverable oriented WBS component, till what level we have to create it, how we are going to verify our scope, how we will be going to control our scope. That all goes into that. So when we say scope control, that means we are not going any doing any scope creep or gold plating. So we always have to get the approval that what has to be done in this project and what shouldn't be. This is what we have to define our clear cut scope. What tools and techniques you will be using for your project scope. So this is how we just define our scope management plan. So once you have your scope management plan, you have got your requirements. We have our project charter also. So now you have to define your clear cut scope statement. So what is the scope statement? Scope statement is your detailed scope. Project charter is a high level document. Scope statement is our detailed scope. It will just tell us about the what should go into our project scope and what will not be included in our project scope. All those things we do define. What will be our detailed project deliverables for our construction of this apartment? What will be excluded from this project? That also we do have to define. What are our project constraints? What all assumptions do we make? Mukund, we have seen no statement of work is not a scope statement. Statement of work you can consider, because that is what we do use that as a project charter, isn't it? Because sometimes we are preparing our project charter based on that statement of work also. So statement of work, if you add your project manager's responsibility and you get it signed by the sponsor, that also serves as a project charter if you are not using the business case, isn't it? So this is what your statement of work. Yeah. So we know the first thing what we have was the business case, isn't it? So we know that we had our business case, and after that business case we got our project charter prepared. So when we discussed about this project charter, do you remember we mentioned that input could be from your business case, or sometimes we do have the agreements or your statement of work. So once you get that signed by the sponsor, we just add our project manager's responsibility, sponsor's responsibility, that serves as a charter. Business case is a very, very high level document that is not going to give you the detailed scope of your project. So once we have those high level document, based on that, now you have to have a very much clear cut scope, detailed scope, what should go into our project, what shouldn't. So this is what like we have to discuss with our sponsors. Even you have your statement of work, now based on that you have got, for example, for the same, we want to have our these apartments 24 flats has to be there, and all those flats should be of 2 bedroom, one kitchen, one servant room, and our hall. All that requirements we just have a high level, but when we talk about this detailed scope statement, it should have got all the detailed requirement, whether it should have all those what kind of a flooring, what kind of that thing, or maybe we know that the fall ceiling is not included in the project. These things are included in the project, these things are excluded in our project. So this is what like we have to define. Business case is just the proposal. That is a very high level document. Business case will not have the detailed scope of your project. So based on that, they are the inputs, because based on the business case only we have our project charter. or maybe if you are using your statement of work as a project charter, so now you are going to take that input and you will be further refining that with more details into that, that what will go in our scope, what will be excluded. Just like if you see, we know that these are the exclusions, these are our project constraints and the assumptions. So we are now further refining those documents in a detailed way for our project. And also we have to add the acceptance criteria. See, always we talked about in our project charter, we have a high level information. Even your cost, that is what is a summary budget, summary schedule. Based on that, now we would be refining, isn't it? That is what, like, before you get your finalization of the cost baselines, scope baseline, schedule baseline, that is how we are now refining it. Now based on that, you know that this is not a kind of a thing which we can do in that particular budget. That is where we always look for the extension of the budget also, where we know that it will not be possible. That is what we do negotiate with our sponsors, because at that time we, that is why we always define or we always negotiate at the project charter level by considering that range, that at high level what should be the range of variance, isn't it? Now we have to have a detailed scope that we are preparing, that will give you a range, that this project should be completed within this 18 months to 20 months or 18 to 19 months. Now we are going to refine further. We know that this particular project, because we do have got a good experience, we now have to construct this apartment. So we have defined our, that this apartment should be constructed before this date. That is what, like, we have defined in our charter, isn't it? Now based on that charter, we are having more detailed information. This is what is the detailed scope you have to prepare. So this is what PMI recommends, that when you are preparing your detailed scope, we need to have a scope statement. So just you are refining those document, so that we are just defining our product scope, project scope, what will be going into that, what would be your acceptance criteria on which customer will give you the sign off, what all things we have negotiated, that these are exclusions, why we are keeping this exclusions also, so that later on if just customer comes to you, hey, I need to have a false ceiling, so you can always go, hey Mr. Customer, see, this is what we have discussed earlier and you have asked us not to include these requirements, isn't it? That is why we do have to have a scope statement prepared, so that we always get it approved from our sponsor. This is what we have agreed upon, what will go in our project scope, what requirements will be excluded, and what are the assumptions we have made, because funds should be provided on timely basis. There will be the resource kind of, the resource availability will be always on the time, the approvals will always has to be on time, isn't it? We do have to assume that we will not face any severe regulatory changes during this project, then only we would be able to complete it within this budget and all. So we do have our constraints and assumptions log prepared along with this document, isn't it? That is how we are doing it. So project charter, that is what, like, we do have senior people who always negotiate with the customers for your high level budget, isn't it? Because project charter is going to have that only, because this is how we always negotiate based on our prior estimation. I'll just talk to that also. Scope creep is nothing but, as we know, we have defined our clear cut scope. We are going to do this item, isn't it? We say that our apartment boundary wall should be 6 feet. Now, what if suppose during your execution, customer just walks in and the construction site, He just asked you, hey, can we just increase this boundary wall from 6 feet to 6.2? So you just saw, okay, material is there, time is there. So you just added this extra zero point 0.2 feet from your end without getting the approval, without going through the change control process. So scope creep is nothing but it is the uncontrolled changes that you have made, because customer has asked you to add something, you haven't gone through the change control process, you haven't taken the approval, just like that you have added something in from the your end only. All those uncontrolled changes is what we call as a scope creep. Scope creep is always avoided, should be avoided. That is what during our uh, scope monitoring we have to ensure we are only focusing on our scope, what is there in our project scope. That is what like we always prefer. We don't add anything, we don't be, like neither extra nor missing. This is how we have to focus on our project scope when we are carrying out. Yes, how you cannot say no, but you can always have a process. You need to now raise a change request that customer is asking us to increase this boundary wall from this to this. So this will go through the change control board, they will approve it. Then we have to update and execute it. Always we have to follow a process. You will be always at a safer side. This is what like we always prefer. We make our plan and we have to stick to the plan. Customer will have these kinds of a changes later on, but this is what like we have to get the approval from our project board, isn't it? Steering committee, the cab, the ccb. Once they approve it, then only you can implement those changes. Any changes, that is what I told you. In our project management plan, whatever plan we have made it and we have got the approval. Yeah, I am coming to that also. Because for our all these project requirements, when you are doing it, isn't it, we have to have our acceptance criteria also defined. These are some of the list. You may have more also based on the project to project, isn't it? I think I have a scope statement for IT project also. Yeah, this is a website project. So what should be there in our project scope? See, scope creep means any extra work that we have done without following the change control process. Because we have done additional thing which was not a part of our scope and we have not taken the prior approval. That is what we call as an uncontrolled changes. We have not followed the control change control process. That is a scope creep, which is bad. Sometimes it may create a problem also later on. So what should be in our scope? What is the exclusions of the scope? We need to define everything when we are planning for our scope statement. This is, there are some templates I have added in the drive also for scope statement, also for your scope management plan as well. Now, once we talk about the scope statement should include what will be there in the project, what will not be there in the project, and the constraints, assumptions, acceptance criteria. This is very important document from the exam point of view. Also, this is important. Yeah, I will add all these document on the LMS as well. So this is a kind of a text document that we prepare, and once the scope statement is approved, it will be added into our baseline. We do have a scope baseline, no? So scope baseline is what is the approved version. So once our scope is approved, that means we only have to follow that. So always keep it in mind, the content of our scope statement. Definitely, who approves all these plans? The governance board. project board. Yes, and project board consists of sponsors, senior managers, financial managers, right? Some of the PMO members, they will be approving all these plans. All the plans would be approved by our board members, isn't it? They are only going to have those approvals, those reviews done by the project. Now, WBS is nothing but what scope statement we have prepared. Now you are going to decompose that scope statement into this hierarchical format. So the hierarchical decomposition of your scope statement is what we call as a work breakdown structure. So most of the people who are from this predictive what methodologies, they might be familiar with this work breakdown structure. So WBS is the short form we call it as. So this is about all our project deliverable. It is the breakdown of your scope, because as we saw, scope statement was coming like that. No, it was having all the detailed document, but WBS is your visual mapping of that scope. Just see this example. This is how we have the visual map of our work breakdown structure, so that we can just know what all deliverables are going to be done by this project. And this WBS is what like going to be used for your further planning. This is how we are going to now break down these work packages into the list of activities. What activities we have to do in the procurement, what activities we are going to do in the interior, in the exterior, in the foundation. That is how we are going to further elaborate. I'll just show you with the same only. So we know that we have our work package, soil testing, design finalization, approvals and permits. Yes, Vasant, as you know, scope creep and goal plating, this should be avoided. That is why you are making these plans. And this is what, as a project manager, you have to monitor your plans. Once you have defined the clear cut scope, you have defined your work breakdown structure, so we know what all deliverables has to be done. This is what we are doing it. If we are following these best practices, if you are trying to monitor your project in that way, definitely we are going to avoid the scope creeping, all the deviations from our plan. That is what we are trying to do now, and this is why we are trying to make all our effective plan, so that we should focus on these plans and we should be able to achieve our project objective in the way we have to, because this is how our board is going to give the approval for all these things and we are now going to follow them, isn't it? That is what you have to have, all these detailed project deliverable, and we just decompose them. So maybe you use the Excel, or there are some tools that we use for our WBS preparation. Then these work packages, this is what we call as a work package, where we know what all activities we have to do in the soil testing, what all activities we have to do in our design finalization, then who will be doing these activities, what should be the duration for these activities, what should be our cost estimate for these activities. That is what now we will be doing it along with that. So work breakdown structure is the basis for doing all these cost estimation, resource estimation, your duration estimation. That is how we would be doing it, isn't it? This is what the people who are using your Microsoft project or Primavera, you have the same thing. Let me just show you a schedule on Primavera. I'm just sharing it by another screen because I don't have Microsoft project here. Are you able to see my screen now? This Gantt chart? Yes. So this is how we work when we say we have to do a project. So this is how we have to have our, this is a software and hardware deployment project. So what are the work packages? So these are your major deliverables, isn't it? So when we divide our major deliverables, so we have, then further you are going to have all your activities. So right now we have not studied our activities. So this is how we just have our major work packages. So WBS is nothing but it is the decomposition of our project into the deliverable oriented. So these are the major deliverables. Now these deliverables are what we are going to further elaborate by breaking them into the activities. This is what we'll see in our schedule planning. But in the real time, we just develop these work packages. At the same time we start defining these activities and we start estimating these duration. All that thing we do start parallelly. If we talk about a other project, this is how the construction project schedule looks like, isn't it? We know that we have a work package foundation. So what all activities would be there in the foundation? What are those activities we are going to do in the structure work? If it is a 3 floor, 4 floor building, so floor wise planning we have to do. That is what we are now going to have as a kind of our project scope. So work breakdown structure is your deliverable oriented decomposition of the scope. That is how we do have our project. This is another real time project that we have. This is an engineering project from a mechanical firm. So that is what we have here. So we just have our project activities, all your milestones, everything we can define here only. So that is how it looks like. So when we say work breakdown structure is nothing but it is the decomposition of your project scope. So this is how we do develop just the scope statement. MS project, Jira, yes, it can be. We can link it. If you're using the MSP server, we can have a link to that. This is how people are doing it now. How many sprints we are going to do? That was a hybrid project only which I have shared to you. So we can always link it with that. So the main steps are, so I'll just show you the flow actually to make you understand. We know that we have our develop project charter. So project charter is a high level document. Then we have our scope management plan, requirement management plan. We documented our requirements in the requirement traceability matrix. Then we have created our clear cut scope statement. So defining scope is what it had given us a complete scope statement, what should go in our scope, what should be excluded. Based on that, we create our WBS. So WBS is nothing but it is the decomposition of our scope statement only. We just have a visual representations. No, activities are not called the WBS. The WBS is basically the visual map actually. WBS is all the visual map where we have got deliverable oriented component. Okay, so we created that WBS, and that is what will be documented as a scope baseline, and this is what we will be executing. We will be going it further. So when we talk about this WBS, it is the decomposition of your project scope statement. All these work packages which are there in these WBS. So the lowest element of our WBS is what we call as a work packages. These are all work packages under our earthwork. So all these work packages will be now decomposed into the activities. That is what is a part of our schedule planning. What all activities we have to do, all those timeline we will be discussing. But work breakdown structure is the visual map of our project scope. So it is a mostly deliverable oriented decomposition that we do. So there is a rule, we have to follow 100% rule. 100%. Yes, activities or tasks you can just relate it, but in the predictive project we always say them activities. What activities we have to do? It is same only, activities and the task. Now 100% rule says when you are creating your work breakdown structure, you should try to include all the deliverable that has to be done with this project. So by looking at the WBS, we know we are only going to complete these deliverables, nothing more, nothing less. So what is not there in our WBS, that means that is not there in our project also. So we always have this as a hierarchical decomposition of the scope. Hierarchical decomposition of the total scope of work to be carried out by the project team to accomplish the project objective. Yes, Tanuja. Work breakdown structure is the complete decomposition of your total scope of work. So when we create this WBS, always the first level will be your project name. Then comes the control account. What is this control account? Because always you have to control or manage your budget timeline at certain level, where you are going to monitor whether my, let's say, this particular work packages, maybe you are keeping this as a control account or this as a control account. That means I am going to manage, I am going to monitor my cost, my schedule variance at this level, that how much is the variance for my pre-construction phase, how much is my cost variance or schedule variance for my structure phase. That is what we call as a cost control account. This is a kind of your management control point. So as a project manager, you are just going to control your all those variances related to the budget schedule at this point. Then this is what we further break down into the work package or planning package. The difference between two is nothing but, for example, right now this exterior and interior, I don't have the sufficient information about the resources who will be working on all that thing. So I will call this particular package as a planning package. But these packages, I have already got sufficient information that what all activities, what all resources has to work on these. This is what we call as a work package. This is entirely called as a WBS, work breakdown structure, visual map of our project scope. So WBS is the hierarchical decomposition of your project scope. The complete structure, this complete map is the work breakdown structure. So we have project as the first level, second level we have these packages, then third level these one. This is your control account. These are the work packages. Work packages or planning packages. Planning packages means we need to have some more information about them. So anyway, once you have got all those details of those activities, resources, this will also call as a work package then. So until and unless you have got the complete information, we know that it requires, that is what we discussed, no rolling wave planning. So we know that this package will be converted into work package once we have got information. So that is time we'll call it as a planning package. But anyway, planning package has to be converted into work package, because then only you will be having all that information to do that particular work, isn't it? This is what like is the difference between two, planning package and your work package. Any doubt, or it's clear difference between planning package, work package, WBS? All right. In this case, my site survey and soil testing, design finalization, approvals and permits, these are my work package. But my these packages, I don't have right now all the necessary information about the further breakdown of their task, resources, everything. This is what I'll call as a planning package. So once I'll have all the necessary information and I will add those activities, those resources who will be doing that, then that package would be converted as a work package. So your WBS will have planning packages or work packages or both. So when you have got every information about the work packages, all this work that you have to do, then we call it as a work package. If you feel that you need to have more information about these deliverables, that is what we say this is a planning package. That means we require more information about this deliverable to carry out. So planning package will be converted into work package before you have to execute that deliverable. That is what is the difference. Control account is this: site preparation, foundation, they would be termed as a control account, because I'm going to maintain, I'm going to manage my budget schedule at this level. How much time my soil site preparation will take? What would be the estimate for my site preparation? If it is, I have estimated that site preparation will take around 20 days and it will take around $10,000. So this is my plant. Now, once I am going to monitor, I will be just monitoring at this level what is my project tracking, whether I will be able to complete my this work within these days, within these dollars. That is what is we are going to monitor. So at what level you have your management control for that work. This is what we call as a control account. So work breakdown structure is nothing but it is the visual map of our scope statement, and we just add these work packages under that or the planning packages, and then we will have more information about these work packages. Yes, anyway, planning package has to be converted into work packages before you are starting your project. Okay. Planning packages, if we have got activities, resources, yeah, it will called as a work package. So any deliverable for which you have got complete information, that package is work package, and any package you don't have the necessary details, that is called as a planning package. If you have got full information, it is a work package. insufficient information, that is the planning package simple. So once all those informations are available, this would be converted as a work package. Fine. So we know that once we have our decomposition of the project into this WBS, so WBS is just going to have some name, no? Foundation, exterior, interior. It is just a deliverable name. Now we need to have some sufficient information for these deliverable. That is what we call as a WBS dictionary. Nothing but where you are having all that necessary information. The identifier is nothing but we know that no, every WBS package has got an identifier 1.1, 2.1. This is how we update in our RTM, requirement traceability matrix also. The acceptance criteria, the resources, your cost estimation, all that additional information that goes with that work packages, that is what we call as the WBS dictionary. So the team which is working on the deliverable, they will make use of this WBS dictionary for doing that work. Isn't it? All that necessary information about the deliverable is what we call as a dictionary. So now you have your scope statement, WBS, WBS dictionary that makes us our scope baseline. So this is the first baseline that we are seeing, because baselines are the approved version of your scope. So we do have three baselines in our project. If you remember, in the beginning of this session, we talked about scope baseline, schedule baseline, and the cost baseline. This is what we are going to monitor throughout our project. So once we have our scope statement, WBS and WBS dictionary, it is going to be approved. That will become our baseline. And now if it is approved, you cannot make any changes to that. It has to be only through the change control process. That is how we know that now any additional thing you are going to do with this scope would be treated as a scope creep if you have not used your change control procedure. Isn't it? This is what the project manager has to monitor when we are doing it. Whether our team is not doing any extra, not doing anything lesser work. But right now, we will not get it finalized. Why? Because we have only covered our scope. And we know that there would be some adjustment that we have to do once we will be covering our schedule, budget, and all those things, isn't it? So once we are going to have our all the necessary other informations, after that only we are going to get it finalized. So right now we have just seen the scope baseline consists of our approved scope statement. And what are the component of scope statement? It includes your what would be included in the project scope, what would be excluded in the project scope, what are your acceptance criteria. Make a note of this, it is important document from the exam point of view also, and also your assumptions and constraints. That is what is our scope statement. Scope statement plus your WBS plus your WBS dictionary. That is what scope baseline. So this is what like we do in our planning. We always have to have our scope baseline with us, because scope baseline is what we would be now following. So we started with Vasant, whenever there is going to be any change related to your scope, so we will see this process. There is a change management plan, and we do have a change request form. Yes, change request form is there. So change request form would be shared to the change control board, and they will be giving you the approval whatever changes you want to have in your project scope, because might be we know that we missed to collect some requirement earlier, now we have to do. So we do call it as a change request form, whatever other name you may be using in your organization. So in PMI term, we have a change control process. So we will be doing that process also. We'll just see how the changes has to be entertained. We'll just take a break after just recapping everything. So we know that plan scope management, just brief only, you just understand. Yes, Praveen, you are correct. Plan scope statement, collect requirements, define scope, create WBS. These are the steps that we had followed for our scope planning in the predictive. Four steps, four tasks that we have in our planning. So once we have done it, so the output we have is the scope baseline. Scope baseline consists of scope statement, WBS, WBS dictionary. Output of this process was the requirement traceability matrix, scope statement, and here we have got scope management plan, requirement management plan, two output. That is what is the summary what we had done for our predictive. So we'll take a break and then we'll move to our adaptive scope planning. So 10 minutes of break we'll take now, and after that we'll come back. So, hi team, are you back? Yeah. So, we just discussed about our scope planning for the predictive. The last thing, but not the least, we do have to plan our transition or the handovers as well, isn't it? Because at the end of the project, we know that what all those transition activities that we have to do. So the transition handover should be done properly. So we that is why we do collect those transition requirements, and we have to do that proper planning also, so that there should be a seamless project implementation, and you are always going to avoid all those kinds of issues and whatever risk you face, isn't it? You know that you have to have those trainings, and those updates also has to be provided to the stakeholders. So all those resources you have to allocate from the beginning only for doing this transition activities and the transition planning also. Now, moving on to our adaptive scope planning. So, as we know, we always do a macro level planning in the adaptive project. It always start at a high level planning, and we always go for the detailed planning for sprint wise or the iteration wise. So, how do we start our scope planning in the adaptive? So, we know that we always work incrementally or iteratively, isn't it? We always have documented our user stories. We have collected the requirement in the form of user stories only. So we know that it all starts from the product vision. So once we have our vision, that will what we use the product roadmap. That is a high level plan of our adaptive project. So based on this product roadmap only, we are having our further planning, isn't it? That is what like product roadmap is there. So we know that this product roadmap is all where you have defined what all features we have to do, isn't it? So we know that all these features we cannot deliver in a single go. That is how we have our quarter one, quarter two, quarter three. That is what we'll say, that what all features we will be defining in this quarter one, quarter two, isn't it? That is how we develop our roadmap. So this is how now we will be planning. So in this quarter one, we know that all these features has to be delivered. So how many iterations would be required to do that? That is what like we would be focusing when we talk about our adaptive planning. So it all starts with your first planning meeting, that you have to break your scope into the multiple releases. So what this release means, release plan, if you remember, we discussed our scope. So we have our food delivery map, sorry, food delivery app. So this was our vision. So we know that we have to work on all these features and requirement, isn't it? So now once we know that we have to work on all these features, that is what it goes into our roadmap, isn't it? Now we cannot complete this in a single way. So this is how we have to define our releases. Releases means, as you know, all these items are there, so we just prioritize them, and we decide that in our first release, that will be for our 3 months. So we are only going to focus on this, would be our scope for our first release, this would be the scope for our second release, this would be the scope for our third release. That is how we just break it down, and for each release we know that all these features we have to do. So we would be requiring how many sprints. So for each sprint you have to have your sprint backlog, isn't it? That is how we break down our product roadmap into the multiple releases, and each release will have multiple iterations. This is how we are doing our planning. Yes, see, when we are showcasing our product roadmap, so this is how we do have a, even either you are using your Excel template or you are using your Word or a Jira board. So this is how we know that entire your roadmap is what like would be defined in your product backlog only. That is how we show. If you are using your whiteboard, no, so that is where we just showcase, no, by time frame, what time frame we would be working on. That is what it goes like that only. So you know that we have first release, second release, third release, fourth release. In the first release, we will have four sprint. Sprint 1, sprint 2, sprint 3, sprint 4, sprint 5. And for each sprint, you know how many user stories we will be doing it. So we always have a detailed plan for each sprint, isn't it? That is how we will be doing it. This is what is a high level plan. You may have defined that for release 2 we have to work on these features, but might be after couple of weeks this may change also. Even our sprint 3 backlog also can be changed, isn't it? Because that is how we know our scope is evolving. But for each sprint we have a fixed scope. That is what we always do the planning iteration wise in our adaptive project. So when we this do our sprint planning, so always we have our highest prioritized item to be carried out first. That is how we do that, isn't it? This is how we are doing it. The product owner has to do the prioritization. He is the person who is responsible for doing the complete prioritization. What should go into our project? That is what like we had seen in our roadmap. So we know that we have got so many user stories, and where we are going to do these user stories, in which sprint we would be doing that. That is what we would be doing. But right now, because this is what we'll see in our estimation part in our schedule, so we know that which user story is of top priority. So based on that, under which sprint we are going to do that. That is a kind of a high level planning is done in the beginning. But once teams sit for their sprint planning meeting, then they finalize their backlog. What are the user stories we would be doing it? That is what they do decide during the sprint planning meeting, and they take those many user stories into their sprint backlog. So scope in the agile or in the adaptive project is always in the form of our backlog. Just like we have defined our scope statement, WBS, in our predictive project, here what we do is we know that we have our scope, which is the high level product backlog is your high level scope, and we do have our detailed scope as iteration backlog. This is our final scope that team has to do in the particular iteration. This is how we do our scope planning in the agile project, isn't it? So that is what like is the purpose. So we do have our first strategy meeting where we are defining our product roadmap. Then we do conduct our release planning meeting where we discuss on the detailed scope of our releases. And then we have our sprint planning or the iteration planning where we focus on our sprint backlog that has to be done within that particular sprint, right? This is how we move ahead. So you have your product backlog or the product roadmap, then the releases will be further decomposed into the iterations, and iterations we will be having the user stories. How many user stories we will be doing in a particular iteration. So all the scope is going to be in the form of our backlogs. So product owner, as we know, he is responsible for creating the product backlog, and product owner is responsible for prioritization. He will take the inputs, but final decision would be of the product owner, and team has to respect it. Always. So this backlog is the term we use in the adaptive project. So as we discussed that backlog when we are preparing, so initially your product backlog may be having those requirements, features, user stories, whatever it is. So they just have, in case you're using your boards, no. So we discussed that we do have our user stories, we have our cards, we have our sticky notes. So this is how they're just going to put it in this sequence. Product roadmap is just going to give you the high level view of our features. Story map will just give us the view of our user stories, in what order we are doing it. So these user stories are what we are looking in the first priority, first sprint. These user stories, second sprint. These third. So this is how we are just going to organize our user stories in the chronological order. What is on the top priority, what is on the less priority. So we are just arranging, representing our user stories in this map format. This is just a presentation of our user stories. Product roadmap represents the features, and user story map represents the user stories, in what order we would be doing it. Just like you can make a story map on your Excel also. So this is how we do that, what will go in our first release, what user stories in the second release, what will be going in your third release. So this is how we just have our complete plan defining these story maps. So during our beginning, that when we talked about that scrum, we discussed that any item which is there in your product backlog could be a big user story. So Epic you just consider as a major chunk of work, a major deliverable that has to be decomposed into the multiple user stories. Anyway, we always have to refine our product backlog by breaking down the bigger item or the major items, major work into the smaller user stories. So we do call them, three terms are there, that your product backlog may contains the epics, features, or the user story. Now, what is the difference between three? Always it goes in this order: epic, then features, then user stories. So, epic is something which is a large deliverable which you cannot be able to complete in the single iteration. So that is what, like, you have to break it down into the multiple user stories. For now, just understand epic is something which is a combination of user stories. So this is how the team has to decompose. This is what we do during our refinement session. So based on the understanding from the product owner, team just has to do this uh, decomposition of those epics, features, and the user story. I have an example over here. This is just a major chunk of work. So we know that just in order to enhance the shopping experience or the mobile banking experience, we need to have these features. Each feature will have the different user stories. Just like if it is an e-commerce website or a food delivery app, we know that we have to enhance the customer's shopping experience. So how you can do that? You have to maybe rework on your shopping cart design. You have to rework on your payment gateways options, or maybe the profile enhancement for that user. All those are the features. Each feature will have then multiple user stories. This is how we have to decompose. Just confirm me if the difference between epic, feature, and user story is clear to all of you. because this is how our product backlog item would be like. Initially, once the product owner is documenting those requirements, they may have a kind of a bigger ideas, bigger requirement. That is what we call as an epic. It has to be decomposed, because we are trying to have our user stories in such a way it should be small enough to be completed in a particular iteration or the sprint. And we know that this product backlog prioritization and refinement is an ongoing activities. So continuously, as soon as new product items are added in the backlog, team has to do the refinement, product backlog refinement, so that we are just going to decompose it. Feature and user story difference, please. Yes, again, as I told you, features are just like, we know that we have to develop a login feature, we have to develop a shopping cart feature. Now for that shopping cart feature, we can have multiple user story. As a shopper, I want to use this shopping cart so that I can view my items later and I can select before I am making a final purchase. As a shopper, I would like to use this shopping cart feature so that I can adjust my quantity before I am going to make my final purchase. As a shopper, I would like to use this shopping cart feature so that I would be able to see my shipping charges, my GSTs, my final amount before I am checking it out. That is what is the shopping cart is a feature, and all this is what are the user stories. Isn't it? Just like we have our food delivery app. User registration is an epic. Sign up is a feature. Then we have a user story. Yes, Rajendra, is it clear? Browsing restaurant is a large chunk of work. This is how we do have. So when we say the refinement of backlog, that is what, as I said, additional refinement can be done jointly by the team and the product owner during the sprint also. That is what I mentioned. Team is working on this sprint of 4 weeks, but might be they may spend some 2 to 3 hours for this entire sprint duration for this refinement session. This is how we are going to organize and reprioritize our work, and we also split our epics into the user stories during our refinement session. Let's do this question on the scope planning. And before you start answering the question, please do keep it in mind. This is as per our case study. This is the SLC case study, which is a hybrid project. So in the hybrid project where we are doing with predictive and adaptive, so you have to identify which two stakeholders are going to perform the scope planning. We have to choose two. I cannot initiate the poll because we have to choose two options here. Hybrid project means we have predictive and adaptive way. So who two stakeholders will be responsible for scope planning? Very few correct answer I have got it, but at least I got, because this is maximum time we have found our team members get confused in this case, in the first part only. Rest it will be all clear. So let's discuss on that. Hey, I found sponsor also few people have answered. Sponsors are never going to do the scope planning, isn't it? When we say predictive project, so all of us knows who is responsible for scope planning in the predictive. It is the project manager. And when it comes to the adaptive project, who is responsible for planning in the adaptive? Yes, I think thrice or four times I repeated yesterday. Hey, how does planning happens in the adaptive? How do we plan in the adaptive? Isn't it iteration wise, sprint wise? We plan sprint wise. Now, who is responsible for this sprint planning? It is the development team, project team. Yeah. So that is how you, because product owner is always responsible for the high level plan. Product backlog is the responsibility. But in our adaptive project, we always do the planning in phase wise, iteration wise, time box wise. That is what development team is responsible for planning in the adaptive, because we are working with a self-organized team who would be responsible to decide who will be doing what they have to do during this particular project, isn't it? Now we have second question there. You have to answer. For this we can definitely use our poll for answer. So which Engfen is the project manager? By now I think you must have got to know, because on the above question also it is mentioned. Engfen is the project manager. Time is up. I am sharing the result. Very close. No, between A, B, and D. All right. Let's discuss. As I think we discussed about all these options, Engfen wants to give the executive team an overview of the work ahead at the next strategy meeting. Which artifact should he show them? We have our strategy meeting and we have to show the overview of the work ahead. Now, scope management plan, those who have marked, I showed you the scope management plan. Could you find that it is going to give us how and when we are doing it? Scope management plan is just going to give us the strategies, no, what are our objectives, how we are going to define our WBS, how we will be validating, isn't it, how we will be monitoring. Where could you find that when we are going to do that work? It is nowhere it is showing. No, it is only going to show us the tools, the formats, the strategies. So this is wrong. Product roadmap, how we represent the product roadmap, what we are going to do in what timeline, isn't it, all those high level work. So don't you feel product roadmap is going to give us the overview of the work ahead? Yeah, January to December, or maybe it's a 2 year product roadmap we have decided. So for this entire 2 years of time, we do have our high level plan. So roadmap is what is going to give us the overview of the work ahead. I also showed you the scope statement. So scope statement is also not going to give us any kind of this timeline. It is just going to give us what should be included in the project scope, what should not be. WBS is just the decomposition of our project scope. What all deliverables we are going to do that. WBS is not going to show us when we are going to do what, isn't it? So this is the product roadmap that is going to help us to understand. Another one. Time is up. We have got 4C on the chat box as well. So almost 70% people have opted for option C, 32% with option D. So this question talks about project manager is using RTM to track the project requirements. So during the project, they discover that some requirements lack the traceability and are not linked to any of the project deliverable. What should the project manager do next? Removing the untraceable requirement, again, it is not, it is going to reduce your project scope. Seek additional funding to address this untraceable requirement. It would be there because in case we find that it may going to impact some kind of a fund, that could be later on. Conducting a detailed analysis to establish traceability for these requirement. That is what you have to do it. Document untraceable requirement and report this issue to the project sponsor. That would be coming after. If you find that there is something which is beyond our control or beyond our authority, which needs to have some kind of a approval from the sponsor, then you would be going for the D. But I think maximum people have opted for C. This is how, as a project manager, always you would not directly scale escalation. I always told you, no, you will not do this escalation immediately until and unless you have some kind of a high level risk or something which is going beyond your threshold. So whenever you are going to do some escalation, you have to have some information gathering done by you. You should have done some kind of your root cause analysis also prior to that, before you are going to your seniors for escalation. All right. Any questions as of now, or is it clear? One more. There are so many. I think 35 questions I have uploaded, Dinesh, on the drive. Okay, on the scope itself. On the scope management, there are, I think, 30 to 35 questions, and they are really good one only. Means if you score on those questions, approximately 60-65% is a pretty good score. So try those questions, because afterwards now you have got 5 days with you. So your assignment would be to revise our scope chapter, the scope topic. You have to do that revision and do all those scope questions. And if you have not done the stakeholders and communication questions, do those questions also in your Monday to Friday. That is what is your assignment. And the people who have not read the PMI Code of Ethics, please read that. So Hey, Ganeshwar, I am not asking you to take the assessment, the full length exam, not I am talking about. I am talking about the topic wise questions, no, that you can always start doing it. Stakeholders, communication, that you can start doing it. The scope we have covered, you can do that. There are other questions related to ground rules I have uploaded, business environment I have uploaded. So I am talking about those topic wise questions that you can start doing it from the drive. Okay, I'm not talking about the full length. So do revise first the chapter notes and then do these questions. Yeah, Dhanashri, I have uploaded the questions yesterday on the LMS portal also. If you see the LMS, I did upload those question paper. No, they are having some issue of accessing the drive in some of the companies. They don't allow the drive access, I suppose. That is why I have uploaded them on the LMS as well. Hey Narayan, LMS link already you have, no? lms.simplilearn.com, from where you are joining these sessions, isn't it? You must be using that LMS only for joining this session. Simply Learn learning management system I am talking about, where you can access the class recording. Just see communication and stakeholder PDF is there. So many PDFs I have uploaded. No, it is there. I'll check. PMP questions under the drive, because on the LMS I cannot upload the folders. I have to upload individual documents only. That is why you have to download all to access it. On the drive we have got separate folders for your easy access. I will only be able to upload separate files in the LMS. So there are so many documents, no, about some templates, everything. So in this particular topic, we have covered our eighth task of the process domain, that is plan and manage scope, where we have covered two enablers. Controlling and monitoring part we will be covering with our fifth chapter, when we will talk about the evaluation, monitoring our project scope. So that is what we would be covering in our fifth chapter. Then this is the first task of the process domain. Executing project with the urgency deliver to deliver business value, MVP, all that thing. Then planning and managing your transitions as a closure part. So that is what is the eco coverage. We did it. Now moving to the another important part, schedule planning. So one tough part we have covered. This is the second lengthiest topic. Afterwards, it will be easy one only. So now when we talk about our project schedule, so schedule is all about where we know that we have to define our timeline, isn't it? That is what we have to now see. How in the predictive project, how in the adaptive project, we do manage our project schedule planning. So again, first we'll focus on the predictive, then we'll move on the adaptive. So as we know, in the predictive part, it is always the project manager who is the responsible for doing the planning. So now what we are talking about in our in the predictive project, we do have our WBS, no? So we have our WBS with us. So all the work packages will be broken down into the required activities. That is where you are now going to define the activities for those work packages. Now we know that we have a work package walls, isn't it? So you know that for that wall also you have to do that brickwork, plaster, painting. That is what is an activity. We know that you are going to do the flooring. So flooring also we have to break it down into the list of activities. The same thing I shown you. You know that you have to develop a website. So for that you have to first do your designing. So what all tasks you have to do under that. So this is what we are going to define our activities, and we know that whatever activities are there, you cannot do them at the same time. There are sometimes some logic, some relationships, some dependencies, isn't it? We know that if you're doing a kind of a painting, so this painting has got several activities. This is a work package. You have to first clear the surface. You have to apply the primer first, first coat of paint, second coat of paint, then we have all that final touch up, then the cleaning also. Now, can we do all these 4 5 tasks parallelly or at the same time? Is it possible? You're cleaning the surface also, you're applying the coat of primer also, first coat of paint, second coat of paint. That is where now we have to define their sequence, in what order those activities would be done. So we will understand about those dependencies. Then we have to estimate the duration for our activities. How much time our first coat of painting will take? How much time our second coat of painting will take? How much time our flooring will take? All that thing we have to now estimate their timeline, time limit, how much duration, how many days, how many hours, how many weeks. That is what we would be doing it. So once we have our activities with us, we have our dependencies, in what order we have to do, we have estimated our duration, so we will be able to get our critical path of the project. Now will it is nothing but we will be able to find out how we are going to do our project activities. So this is what, like, we are going to get our project schedule by this critical path method. For few people this term might be new. We will talk about the significance and how do we calculate the critical path. Critical path is basically the longest path on our project, and that is the minimum time required to complete our project. That is how we can get to know via our critical path. So in the predictive project, always the project scheduling is done via critical path method, CPM. This is what is the most important scheduling technique. Then we need to ensure whatever resources are being used on the project activities, whether we have sufficient resources to complete that work in the sequence we are following, or we do have some mismatch or a gap between our resource supply and the demand. We'll talk about that also. And also you need to ensure the project schedule that we have calculated, whether it is meeting our deadlines or not, whether our project senior management is going to approve that or not, or they want us to crash the duration, reduce the duration, compress the duration. This is what are the responsibility of the project manager he would be doing in the adaptive. Then we'll move to the sorry, predictive. Then we'll move to the adaptive, because there the project team is responsible. They need to estimate what is the difficulty level of each of those requirements. So based on that, they decide how many user stories they can do in a particular sprint. So we'll talk about adaptive schedule planning also. So first we'll move to our predictive. So in the predictive, as we know, we always have to begin with our strategies. So we always have to develop a project management plan component. Now the schedule management plan, will you be able to find your project schedule in this plan? Whether it will give you the timeline, what how much duration each activity is taking, how we are doing it, whether you will be able to find it in the schedule management plan? No. This plan is going to only no, Mandipa, it is only going to give you the strategies. Always remember, the plan component, all of these project management plan components will only consider you that them as a guide me document. They are the guide me document. They will just help us that how we are going to develop our project schedule, how we have to monitor that, how we are going to always use some templates for our performance reporting. That is what you would be using these plans. So schedule management plan is just going to help you to describe how we are going to schedule our activities, what should be those criteria for developing, monitoring, and controlling, what duration format you would be using, weeks, hours, days, how frequently you are going to update your projects so that you are going to share your progress report to the stakeholders, what should be those frequency, what should be your threshold that you have to monitor, isn't it? That is what is this a plan? This is a component of our overall project management plan. Always plans will guide you. They are going to set some strategies, some tools, formats, templates for that particular aspect of the project. You may use these plans in your hybrid project also. So what would be your components? These are the components in our project schedule management plan. So what would be your scheduling methodologies that you are going to use for your project, isn't it? Whether you are going to use Microsoft Project, Jira, Primavera, Asta Power Project, any tool you are going to use it or not. What should be your model maintenance, isn't it? So how you are going to update your project progress, so what component you would be using it, what should be your level of accuracy, isn't it? So we always have to define some confidence, isn't it? Maybe like that our estimates would be plus or minus 10%, or you are going to have this accuracy in the days, 2 days or 3 days. That is what you have to ensure. What would be your unit of measure? Whether we are going to define in the days, hours, weeks, that is what you have to keep it in your plan. What would be our duration units that we would be using? Organizational procedure link is nothing but we know that all the work packages that is there in the WBS, we have to consider that we have broken down all those work packages into our list of activities. That is what we would be doing it. What are our control thresholds? This is what we need to have our level of tolerances of our project schedule, the permissible range. Any value outside these threshold would be a cause where you have to escalate. That is where we know that whether our range is there. No, you know that our project thresholds are plus or minus 30 days or 15 days or in percentage. That is what we would be always keeping a record, and you have to maintain that as well. What would be your rules for performance measurement? So most preferred performance monitoring method is what we use as a earned value management. We'll discuss this in our fifth chapter, because this is what earned value management will help us to understand the project performance, how we are moving, and what is our project performance. Difference between scheduling method and scheduling tools. When we talk about our scheduling method, see, mainly when you are preparing your project schedule, so as I just told you that we may have our a scheduling method, maybe like what you are going to use, CPM based, or it is just like you're going to use on some Excel, or you're going to use some Microsoft project or some Primavera. So Primavera, MSP are all like where we are going to use our PMIS, isn't it? That is what we need to define it in our plan itself. If your sponsor has asked you that I want to have all my project reports on Primavera so that I can link it with my ERP as well, isn't it? So this project schedule model is nothing but it is just going to be your approved scheduling methodologies. What you are going, which is approved. Maybe they says you have to make use of the Primavera. or you have to use your Excel based templates we will be using, or you have to use your Jira for maintaining your project schedule. This is what we know have to do that. So tools could be your MS Project, Excel, Primavera. That is what like we have to define it in our schedule management plan. What methodology or your tool you are going to use for the managing the project schedule. Okay. So that is what like we know. We need to have it in our plan itself. And your reporting formats, because what type of your schedule reports you would be using, so you should have your report formats prepared. That is what like we use our prior projects, or maybe your PMO is going to provide you. What should be your process description means, it is nothing but we know that when you are going to uh, do those lessons learnings, no, for all our schedule issues, other things, so we know that how you are going to document them. So this is what like we do have to always define them. So this is what your plans are looking like. Maybe you are not going to have a different component, you must have your uh, templates for project management plan, isn't it? Are you using maybe if you are using any of the software, so that software gives you the complete template only. The CPM chart I just showed you using this Microsoft project, that gives us a complete project management plan. It will just tell us what is our scope, what is our schedule, even the resources, budget, everything, it will be using it, isn't it? That is what you have to define. So now we know that you already have your scheduling methodologies. So methodologies could be your, whether you are going to use CPM based, what it is there. So based on that, that is your methodology. Now for the CPM part, we know that MS project is what we are going to use. So now we know that every team member has to work on this tool only. So always we begin with our benchmarking or the historical data. Whenever you are doing your planning, so we don't start from the scratch, isn't it? We always have our historical information, previous project records. That is how we would be using it, isn't it? That is what we have to work on. This is what like it is saying. So like scope also similarly, for our schedule also, we would be considering our historical data or our benchmarking. That is what where you can compare your previous project record. It will be always good for you to give some idea in the beginning of your project, what we have used, what we have done it, so we can same use in our new project as well. So when we talk about our hybrid project, so again we know that in the hybrid project we always combine both methodology. That is what we are taking the leverage of predictive and adaptive. So mostly consistency from this predictive, flexibility from this adaptive. So most of the time when you'll find this hybrid planning, no, so we always have our project manager who would be setting up our milestones or the work items that we have to do. So scope is mostly they define in a kind of a predictive way. Now how we are going to deliver these deliverables, team will be working on the multiple iterations. That is how development team is going to define their scope in multiple iterations, multiple sprints. That is how they're combining the both aspect from the predictive and the adaptive incremental deliveries that we are doing in the hybrid project also. So this is what is the steps we seen in the beginning. Project manager has to break down the work packages into the required activities. Then we need to understand those dependencies and the precedence relationship. We'll talk about that also. Dependencies means what is the relationship of our activities, what kind of our dependencies they have. We will be talking about that. Duration, then critical path. So one by one, we'll now just see how it happens. Just give me a minute. Yeah. So we'll just talk about them one by one now. First, we'll talk about breaking down our work packages into the required activities. Then we'll talk about those dependencies. So we know that we have our WBS with us. We have defined the activities now, isn't it? That is what like we do. We know that we have a work package in our software project where we have to develop our website. So we know that in the development we have our development phase, development work package, where we have to have so many tasks: designing, developing, testing, deployment, isn't it? When we talk about our task in our say apartment project, we have to do the foundation. So under foundation there are several activities that we have to do, isn't it? You have to do that earthwork, you have to do that sand filling, all that anti-termiting, so many activities that we have to do. If it is just like you have to do your painting or a flooring, so what all things we have to do. So that is what like now we are defining our activities in the work packages. Then we have to identify the dependencies. What could be those dependencies within these activities? Because you know that activities may be having a mandatory dependency. Now what does this mandatory dependencies says? Mandatory dependencies means these dependencies are contractually required, inherent in nature. You don't have any other way round to carry out that work. It is just like we know you cannot do the painting of a wall until and unless plaster is done. You cannot do the testing of your module until and unless coding has been done, until and unless development is over, isn't it? Can you do a vice versa? Is there any way other round to do that work? Isn't it? So there are some activities where we have to follow that sequence. We cannot have any other options to do that work. They are legally or contractually required in the nature. Hard logic. This is what like we know. Until and unless you have laid the foundation, you cannot build the wall. This is what is a mandatory dependency. Must have. Dependencies could be discretionary also. Discretionary means soft logic or preferential. Based on your preference, you may have your own sequence. You need not have to be follow a particular sequence which is required. That is what is the preferential or the discretionary dependencies. You may have more than one way to follow that sequence. Multiple ways we can do that. Anybody who would like to share an example for this discretionary, where you can have your own sequence, you need not have to strictly follow that. If you just consider our PMP project, we know that you have your PMP live classes, you have your assessment test also. So we know that ideally completing the PMP classes, then you should do the assessment, but again, it is not mandatory. You may start taking up the assessment test because you know that we do have 3 attempts, so we can just try to take at least first attempt to see where do we stand, isn't it? There can be a preference. People may start doing the assessment test also before even finishing our classes. That is what it is possible, isn't it? That is what, like in our project also, we know that there are some activities, like that you have to do the wall painting, and you also have to do some electrical fixtures and flooring activity also. So the people from the construction sector, or maybe people who have done their house construction done, tell me what sequence you follow. Just consider two activities only: painting and electrical fixtures. How do you prefer? You first try to do painting and then electrical fixtures, so that it will not get dirty. Nitish says both: electrical, then painting. Electrical fixtures, after that you are doing the painting. Now Ayush is painting and then electrical fixtures, so that you need not have to clean those fixtures again and again. No, maybe some paint it maybe have. So this is what, again, it is not a kind of a mandatory one. Maybe if you feel, we do prefer that let's first do the painting and then we can do all our fixtures, all those fans, ACs fitting done after that. Otherwise, if you feel that your painters are not available, can we do our electrical fixtures now, so that we can save our time? So that is what, everybody have their own preference. It is not that mandatorily you have to follow certain sequence. That is what is the discretionary dependency. There could be more than one way to do that work. That is what, like, we say is a discretionary dependency, right? Maybe that you have to furnish your multiple rooms. Now, furnishing of room 1, room 2, room 3, room 4, you may not follow a particular sequence. It is up to your preference. You may start, isn't it? That is what discretionary is: a soft logic. This is the hard logic. Then dependencies could be external or could be internal. External dependencies means the project activities are dependent on some activities which are non-project, which are not within the our scope, within the team's control, isn't it? We need to wait for the government approval to start constructing our work, or we know that we have to get some regulatory approval for initiating our project. That is what is the external, that you cannot do anything. We know that to book our PMP exam, we need to get the application approval, and application approval is not in your control. Application approval will be done by the outside. Yeah, all your vendors contracts, again, there are some dependencies which are externally. So until and unless PMI approves, you cannot book your exam, and they will take their own time to approve. You can do not have any control on them. That is what is the external dependency. Then we do have internal dependencies, which is within the project team control, that we can always manage by our team only, isn't it? This is how we would be having a full control, because this is something that is internally to our organization, isn't it? That you have a your testing of the software to be completed by 30th of June. And that in order to complete your testing software by 30th of June, your development should complete before that. So now you will have a control on your development team as a project manager, isn't it? You can always make sure that they are going to speed up, they are going to complete it before time. Or when you are doing a kind of a construction, that you are constructing a shopping mall or a kind of your what we say medical university or a medical college. So we know that there are several blocks to be constructed. You have your OPD department, you have your residence of the doctors, you have your hostels for the nurses. So there are several blocks, your admin block, all those blocks are there. Now we know that our organization have just one excavator or one JCB or one crane. Now, based on your preference, you can allocate this JCB whether you want to start your this block first or this block first. That is what it is internally in our control. So that is what dependencies could be mandatory, dependencies could be discretionary, dependencies could be external, dependencies could be internal also. So there could be a chance where we have an external dependencies which is mandatory also. There could be an internal dependencies that could be mandatory also, discretionary also. That is how there could be a kind of a dependency in our project. Now, when we assign these dependencies in our project, isn't it? We know that we have got several tasks. So how we are going to use these dependencies? So we always prefer to have a precedence diagramming method, PDM. How many of you have heard of this? All of us have studied this precedence diagramming method. No, hey, you must have studied in our system analysis and design during your school days or maybe in the college days. People who are from the engineering background, we have this PDM or might be activity on node, isn't it? Where we have a task which is going to drive these three tasks. We have this. Now, could you remember? Yeah, in MBA also, exactly. So this PDMV or activity on node, we must have studied at some point of time, but not flowchart. It is basically the dependency diagram. That is what like activity network diagram we say. What happens? We know that every activity has a start point and as an end point, isn't it? You know that you have a task plaster wall, plastering a wall, which will start maybe on 20th of June and it is going to finish by, let's say, 5th of July. So it will have a start and end. Now this plastering activity will be driving the start of painting, isn't it? So this is what like we know that this activity plaster is a driver task. This is going to drive the task painting. So start of painting is getting driven by the plaster. So this is the task which is getting driven by the plaster and plaster activity is a driving activity. So this is what like we call as a predecessor task, the activity which is driving the start or finish of another activity. So predecessor is that, successor is the task which is getting driven. So when we logically relate our activities or we as a sequence our activities in the project management, we do use predecessors and successors. Predecessors are the task which are the driver task. Just like development of module X is the driver task for testing. So this is the successor, this is the predecessor. Are you all clear on this? What is predecessor? What is successor? Yes? Anyone? Any doubt? So always we know predecessor comes prior, isn't it? But I will just make it wrong also. Just give me couple of minutes. We know that predecessor always comes prior, no, first predecessor, then successor. But in our project management dependencies, we'll just see. When we are deciding these predecessors and successors or these relationship, we do use four type of PDM. This is important. First, PDM relationship is what is we call as finish to start. What does this finish to start means? Always put predecessor task first, successor task next. So this says successor task cannot start until predecessor is finished. Yes, we may have multiple dependencies also. I'll just come to that also. But keep it in mind when we say that we have a PDM relationship finish to start, that says successor task cannot start until the predecessor has finished. Simple. Best to understand same. Development is the predecessor for testing. So testing will not start until our development is finished. That is what we are using it. Or same case, plaster painting. Painting cannot start until plaster is finished. That is a finish to start dependency. So by default, project management tools, if you are using, if you assign the predecessor for an activity, by default it uses the finish to start dependencies only. So do make a note for all these dependencies, it is important. Development and designing, isn't it? So we know that development is the successor, designing is the predecessor. That is how we are going to logically relate our task. So finish to start is that sometimes we do have the dependencies start to start. Start to start again, put predecessor first, successor next. So that says we have a predecessor task and we do have a successor task. So successor task cannot start until predecessor has started. That is what is the start to start dependency. This is just consider we have a task, learners taking up notes. So learners cannot start taking up the notes until and unless trainer has started the lecture, isn't it? So this is a start to start dependency where a successor task is dependent on the predecessor start date, not on the finish date. Here the successor was dependent on the predecessor's finish date. Here we have the dependency of the successor task on the start date of the predecessor. Any other example anybody would like to share for this start to start? Think of it from your project experience, from your project example, where we may have this start to start dependencies. Think of it. Installation and testing. So you are saying testing can start only once installation has started or installation has finished. What you want to link it? Tool machining and assembly could be there. That would be finished to start, no, in that case. Yeah, Nitish? You just see, always keep it in one mind. You have two tasks. So, what you are doing it, so just consider that I am using which one as a predecessor, which one as a successor. Yes, Viplav, that is correct example. Road network inventory and digitization in the AutoCAD. Yeah, so digitization exactly that could be there. We can use that data and parallelly we can start it. So that is what just ensure using this. Yes, Mohammed, that could be an example. We can use it. Okay. So just considering that we can only start an activity until its driver task has also begin. Dependency is on the start date, not on the finish date. We will just discuss that also. It is what like in our project also when you are doing it, no, when say you are doing the brickwork, we know that there is a brickwork of the wall driving to car engine. We know that you have your brickwork. So once our brickwork has started, might be we know that there is a where we put all our plumbing pipes, conduits, no, for all our wiring, conduiting work or your plumbing work where we have to put. So we know that conduiting and plumbing cannot start until our brickwork has started. So we will talk about that because we may have not on the same day, but might be we can start our conduiting work after our 2 days or 3 days of brickwork is being done. So conduiting will start once our brickwork has started, isn't it? That is how in the construction project we are doing it. All those cables, pipes that we put it, isn't it? This is what like we are doing it. Just imagine you know that you are collecting the requirement. So prioritization cannot start until our requirement collection has begun. That is what we are linking our activities. So just imagine that successor task start date is dependent on the predecessor's start date, not on the finish date. So that is what we call as a start to start dependency. Yes, we have a break time. Okay. So we'll discuss after that only. Uh, because we have reached. So let's take a break and after that we'll do because this is a little bit complicated also and we have this critical path which is important from the point of exam as well. So we'll just consider that example and we'll discuss after our 10 minutes of break. So just take a breather, get some snacks and then join back. Yeah, I hope everyone is back, no? So we were doing our relationship, PDM relationship, finish to start to start, that is the default type. Start to start, we just took that example of where the learners can only start taking up the notes once trainer has begun. Audio is okay, no? Fine. So now if you take an example, like say, as I told you, we have to do the testing of our, maybe it's a telecom example I'm taking you. We have to test our connections, and we know that there has to be a router configuration. So we know that testing of connections cannot start until our configuration of router has begun, isn't it? That is again a start to start dependency. Yes, so this is what like we know, in order to successor to start, predecessor must have begun. Third type is what we call as a finish to finish. Finish to finish says successor task can only finish once predecessor task has finished. That is a finish to finish dependency. Can anybody think of an example where you know that successor task cannot finish until predecessor task has finished? Anything which comes in your mind? You have a task documentation, you have a task, yeah, testing. Yeah. So we know that until our final testing is not finished, documentation can also not finish. This is what is the, yes, data analysis will not finish until our data collection process is finished. That is also a finish to finish dependencies. Until and unless your inspection is over, you cannot submit your final report. Exactly, that is what we discussed. Yeah, testing, right. So documentation, submission, billing. This is what like we have a finish to finish. So here the successor task, maybe the commentary of your football match, is dependent on the finish of the football match, isn't it? If football match gets exceeded, this task will also be delayed. This finish date of this successor also will be delayed. Similarly, if anyhow the testing activity get delayed because of the some complexities or some kind of the other issues, maybe because of the unavailability, yes, we cannot hand over the product, the deliverable, the room, isn't it? Until our final thing is not over. This is also we can do. So painting could not be finished until our final work. That is what you are saying, right, Mohammed? So this is basically we have our finish to finish type. Now the most typical one, start to finish. We have got two letters S and F. All those permutation combination is what we have our precedence relationship. Start to finish. Now here what it says, successor task cannot finish until predecessor has started. Successor task cannot finished. Just for an easy point of view to understand, you know that there is a task, night shift of your security or the medical duty, medical staff. Night shift is dependent on what? Morning shift. So morning shift would be the predecessor for night shift, isn't it? Because it is driving the night shift. So this is the predecessor, this is the successor. Now night shift cannot finish until morning shift has started, isn't it? That is what we call as a start to finish dependency. Any other example? Can anybody think where you know that you cannot finish a task until its predecessor task? See, successor task cannot finish until predecessor has started. This is what we have a start to finish. So when we say we are doing a project where we have to, all right, I'll just repeat all these four PDM once again. So start to finish is nothing but here what we are trying to do is that you know that you have a task, maybe your new server. You have to install new server or maybe upgrading your older server. So we cannot stop our older server until and unless new server has initiated, isn't it? So this is the predecessor for this particular task because this is the driving for our older server continuation, isn't it? You can only stop our existing server until and unless new server has been started up. That is what is the start to finish. Night shift cannot finish. Can anybody say that the doctors on night duty they can just leave before the morning shift starts? Is it possible? If in any case the morning shift doctor gets delayed by an hour or two, that night shift doctor has to continue, isn't it? That is what is the start to finish. Now here we know predecessor is coming later, successor is coming prior. But predecessor and successor in the project management is basically, as I told you, predecessor task is the driving task. So here the night shift activity is getting driven by the morning shift. So morning shift is the predecessor for the night shift. That is how the successor finish date is dependent on the predecessor start. So finish to start by default, as I told you, put predecessor first, successor second. Successor can only start once predecessor has finished. That is a finish to start dependency. We have start to start. It is just like project manager should start spending his funds only once project charter is signed. That is a finish to start, right? We know that. All right, I'm just giving start to start says successor task can only start once predecessor task has begun. That is your start to start. No, 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 Nisha. I'll just come to that. Please do remember the dependencies or this relationship. Finish to finish says The dependency is of successor task on the predecessor's finish date. So if the predecessor's finish date extends, successor's finish date will also extend. Same thing, until the testing is finished, you cannot complete your documentation. So documentation completion is only finished once our testing is over. That is a finish to finish. Are you with me on this? For start to finish also I'll give you, and what is the difference between finish to start and start to finish, I'll just tell you. I think somebody asked me to repeat it. So Jocelyn, is it all clear? 3-1, what I mentioned here. Now last one, when we say start to finish, so you cannot say that the finish to start, that we are saying ki once morning shift has started, then only night shift is going to finish. That is what we are saying here. But it cannot be finished to start. Please do remember, because what we are saying in this start to finish is the successor task can only finish once the predecessor task has started. How can you apply your finish to start with morning shift and night shift? You are saying that once night shift finishes, then only morning shift starts. Because if you define finish to start, that means it says morning shift can only start once night shift is finished, isn't it? That is not the case. Here, what if suppose morning shift is not started? What is way? Because we know that the dependency is like here, the night shift cannot finish until and unless morning shift has started, isn't it? That is what we are saying here in the start to finish. Night shift task is dependent on the morning shift. Or you take another example. For example, we know that we are just working on our self manufacturing plant for our fiber optic pipes, or maybe our some material. So self manufacturing is a task, and we have outsourcing of that material. Let me write it, outsourcing of material. Now, according to you, these are the two tasks. Tell me which is the predecessor, which is the successor here. We are outsourcing our material. Now, outsourcing of our material will keep on continuing. It will not finish until and unless our self manufacturing starts. Are you with me on this? Right? So, this is the successor, this is the predecessor. So we know that a successor task finish date is dependent on the predecessor's start date. That is what is the start to finish. Are you all clear on these? Please make a note just for easy to remember. These four types of dependencies are there. In order to understand, just put your predecessor first and successor next for all these dependencies. Finish to start, we know that successor can only start once predecessor finishes. Successor can only start once predecessor has started. Successor can only finish once predecessor has finished. Don't do it in a vice versa. That predecessor can finish once successor has finished. No. Here the dependency is on the successor. Okay. So successor can only finish once predecessor has finished. Successor can only finish once predecessor has started. That is what we are doing it. This is what in most of the, when you are using your Excel formulas, you have to put it or otherwise we just use our tools they will be giving you. Now with all these dependencies, we do have two important concepts of lead and lag time. What does this says? Sometimes we know, as we discussed, that there was an activity plastering and there was an activity painting. This is the wall plaster, this is the wall painting. So we know that we are starting our wall plaster on, let's say, Thursday, and we finished it on Saturday. Maybe we started on 24th, we finished it. 22nd of May we started. 24th May we finished. So can we start painting just the next day, that is the 25th May? Is it possible? With your experience, no. Isn't it? We have to wait. We have to wait for this painting, though it is a finish to start, but we cannot start it immediately after the predecessor's finish. We have to have some gap. That is what, like, maybe we want to wait for 3 days, 4 days. So that 4 days is what we call as a lag time. So plus 4 days is our lag, where we are delaying the start of the successor, in this case finish to start plus 4 days. Similarly, we have our requirement collection process and the analysis or the prioritization. Now we know that you have started your requirement collection on day 1. Can we start the prioritization from the day 1? No. We have to wait maybe 1 day or 2 days. So that is what start to start plus 1 day of lag we have given. This could be used with your finish to finish activity also. You know that you have done all your testing, but final documentation would be finished only after plus 1 day, not exactly on the same. Might be we finished our testing on 24th of May by evening 5 p.m. Our tester teams have given the complete report. Now the documentation team will require some extra time to compile, isn't it? So again we could have these lag with all these dependencies. Now, what happens in certain case when we are having few tasks, just like you were doing your development. No, Mohammed Zishan, we always say, once we'll talk about that also, the duration when we are saying no, it will take 5 days. So we always talk about our calendar time. So duration, if an activity takes 5 days, that means our working days. So when we say 1 day of lag, that will always 1 day of working days we are putting as a lag time. It will not include our holidays or the off days. So we have a task development. You are developing your modules. That development will go for, let's say, 5 days. And we know that we have to do the, I'm just starting. I have not even explained this lead time. I'm explaining that only, Mukund, right? So we have a task development. We know that it will go for 5 days. Now we know that we have to do our some testing. So smoke testing, so many testings we do know in our integration testing, system testing. So sometimes it is not always that we wait for its finish. We can start at least 2 days or 1 day prior also our testing activities. That is what is the negative duration, where we are advancing the start date of the successor task. Negative duration is what we call as a lead time. Positive duration is what we call as a lag. So lead time is nothing but where we want to pre-schedule. It is just like our flooring work is going on. We need not have to wait for finishing of this flooring. Might be the initial Surface preparation for our painting, we can start 3 days or 5 days prior to its finish. So this is what we have, the predecessor and successor linking, and we are using this lead time to advance the start date of our successor task. You have three activities, module A, module B. Like say you just decide we are going to do it one after another. It will take 5 days. So if we do it in this way, it will take total 15 days of time. What if suppose I just try to reschedule my project by applying some lead time of 2 days? B minus 2 days, finish to start only. This also minus 2 days. Now I could be able to complete my work in how many days? Isn't it? 11 days only. Yeah, some preliminary testing we can start prior also, no, Lindsay? Whatever module you have done it development. Isn't in certain case we can do that. Maybe you know that there are different modules we have developed, so we may start testing little bit prior also. Maybe some preparation we can start for doing our testing. Not for the software part, it is always in the other case as well, isn't it? When we are doing our other projects, like we are into this automotive projects, or maybe you are in your telecom sectors, so that is what it is. Not that we have to wait for its finish. We may start sometimes prior also, 2 days or 3 days. That is what we are looking into, this lead time and the lag time. So this is what we use when we are developing our activities schedule. So lead and lag is what we do use in our precedence diagramming method to optimize our project duration. Lead is the amount of time successor activity can be advanced with respect to the predecessor. Lag is where the successor activity will be delayed with respect to the predecessor activities. Now, what we have done, we have our project activities, we have sequenced them in what order we would be doing it. Now we need to estimate the duration. So before that, there are three terms in the duration estimation. When we say activity duration estimate, so it is nothing but we just focus on how long an activity will take in term of the time period, based on your historical data, based on your like your prior experience. We know that if you have to complete a designing of a module, how many days you will take. So let's say we can complete this designing in the 5 days. If I ask you that you have to complete a task, maybe you have to do the documentation preparation for your PMP, all the project details, everything, how long it will take. So that is what we say, 4 days or 2 days or 3 days, as per our experience. That is what we are just estimating the number of days. When we talk about this elapsed time, so elapsed time is basically the actual calendar day required for an activity. So when we say this is a 5 days, and what if suppose you're starting this activity, let's say on 23rd of May. Now we know it will take 5 days. Yeah, so we know that now 24th and 25th is our Saturday Sunday week off. So this activity will take from 23rd May till 26, 27, 28, 29th. So this is how from 23rd May till 29th May would be the calendar days for this task. And when we talk about this effort, so effort is basically based on the amount of time, labor units. It is all about your work units. We know that to complete this designing module, it requires 80 hours of effort. That is where we are more accurate. So based on our designer, if one designer is going to work on this task for 8 hours per day, that means it will take 10 days to complete. Yes, when we say elapsed time, it will include all your week off, or might be suppose 27th is our holiday because of some festival. Then this calendar day will extend till 30th of May, because we always consider when we say calendar days which will exclude your off days, whatever weekly off, holidays, that is. If your calendar, working calendar is 6 days a week, then you will only put off as a Sunday only, right? That all depends on your office calendar, no, what you are feeling it. If you know that one designer is going to work 8 hours a day, it will take 10 days to complete. If two designers are going to work on this task for 8 hours per day, so then we know that it can complete in 5 days. So effort is basically based on the number of man hours. We know that we have to complete a brickwork. So it will take at least 10 man days of work. So that is how we are doing it. Elapsed time is basically on your calendar day from its start to finish. Yeah, when we estimate the duration, no, we just say, yeah, we have to complete our assembly. We are working on a car project, so we know that this assembly will take at least 3 days or 4 days. Or you are working on your flooring activity, we know that it will take for 10 days. We have to complete our testing, we know that 7 days are required. So when we say 7 days, so that is a working days. So when we say this total calendar days, if you're starting it from Monday, and our calendars are say Saturday Sundays are off, so Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, then again Monday, Tuesday, this is how our calendar day it will show. Got it? Effort is always going to be measured according to the man hours. Yeah, Shilpa, got it now? Clear? Sundaram, effort is always the work unit based on your man hours, the workers, actual work hours. See, when we are saying duration, so ideally in the beginning, where you don't have the resources right now, so we just assume based on our prior estimation. No, if I ask you, hey, how long you will take to read the PMBOK? So just by your experience, you'll say, yes, I will take at least 10 hours. But once you start doing that, you know that I need one page for that much. So I know that I would require at least how many hours. Yes, Mukund, that is what there are. This is what, like, even not in the IT industry, even in the construction industries also, we know that we have to complete our painting. So we know that we have to complete our 200 square meter painting. So it will require these many hours, or these many mandates. At least 10 mandates are required. That means 10 full day labor work has to be done in order to complete it. That is what we call as an effort. So effort is always going to be based on your labors or the workers unit. No, say effort is going to see duration. We are not considering the effort right now, isn't it? So based on the effort, your duration would be estimated. Yes, isn't it, Praveen? As I told you, I know that I need to complete this module, this development or testing in 80 hours. That is the effort required. Now I want to estimate how much would be the duration. So that is what you have to see. For completing this 80 hours, how many days it will take based on your, if one developer is working, it will be completed in 10 days. If three developers are working, how many days? If two developers are working in how many days? Lead time is just where you are linking with your relationship. Yeah, Mohammed. Man days are basically in the days. Here we have our hours, no? So we do have that for our brickwork, we require 10 man days. That means 10 into 8, 80 hours. So that is what in our construction project we do have both way of calculation in hours also, in days also. That is what you have to see what is our schedule management plan says. Whether we are going to estimate in hours, days, or weeks. Elapsed time is the actual calendar time required for an activity from the start to finish. So, Ankit, it simply says you know that you are starting your work fine. So, you know that you are just starting your router configuration activity, which is going to take 5 days. So we says that this activity is going to schedule from 22nd of May. This is the starting day. So that is, we say that 5 days it will take. Now we want to understand from when to when it will finish. So that is what from 22nd May, 5 days, 23rd, 24th, 25, 26. This is what from 22nd to 26 it will show. But our calendar says that 24th and 25th are non-working. You are not working. That means our task, this particular activity will extend till 28th of May. For 5 days, actual calendar days would be 22 to 28 May. That is what we called as an elapsed time. Ankit, am I able to make it clear now? What is elapsed time? These 5 days are actually from 22nd to 28th May, right? This is how we have this concept. This is how we do the estimation sometimes. So now what are those techniques? Now again these techniques are common and they are important because same techniques we have for our cost also, for our resource also. When you are estimating your effort, when you are estimating your time, when you are estimating your cost, same techniques we will use. So ideally what happens once you are in the very early stage of your planning, right now you just have your project charter with you, or for a simple case, if you know that you have got some of your working experience in the website development, or you have a good experience in your 5G network planning, or you have a good experience on your building construction or the road construction, isn't it? So now if somebody asks you that we have got a similar type of a project, isn't it? So just how long that will take. So in the early stage you just want to have an estimate how long this project may take for me to complete. That is what you people must have done the estimation, how long it will take for me to complete my PMP preparation, isn't it? 3 months, 4 months, 5 months. So that is just based on, maybe based on some of your friends experience, they must have guided you, maybe because some of your uh, the counselors must have guided you, it would be the duration. So when we are in the early stage, so we always prefer to have some kind of the analogy. So that is what we call as an analogous estimation, where we do come up with an estimate based on our prior experience. I just want to complete my house painting project. So as you know, already multiple time we have done this project. So based on that, we can just come to an idea how long my house painting will take, whether 1 month, whether 15 days, whether 2 months. That is what is the analogous. We call it as a historical data based top down estimation. That is what is the not too much accurate, because every project is unique. Now might be this time, once I'll decide my scope, all those detailed thing, no, this time I have to have some kind of a one wall painting where I would like to get it hand painted, isn't it? Or maybe some of the wallpapers. So that is what the duration may vary later on, but that is the only option at that time we have in the early stage. But second one is what we have in certain case where we have some maths, some parameters available, isn't it? We know that if we have to construct a 10-kilometer road, we know that 1 meter road will take maybe 1 day or 2 days. So how long my 10-kilometer road will take? I know that 1 square meter painting takes 8 hours. So if I have to paint my entire house, that is a 2000 square meter, how much time it will take? I know that I have to write a program with 200 lines. One line of code takes 1 minute. So, how long it will take? So, that is again, we are using our historical information, but we do apply some statistics, some maths. That becomes your parametric estimation, where you just multiply your quantity of work to be performed by the number of hours. I can read one page in 1 minute. So if I have to complete reading of 500-page book, I will take 500 minutes. That is a simple parametric. This is also not that much accurate, but at least more accurate than the analogous. Then we do have our 3-point estimation. PERT estimation. PERT, anybody could now recollect what is this PERT stands for? What happens in this PERT? Here actually this is again a very good estimation technique. So what we do, we just consider 3 points. It is just like, say, suppose if I ask that you are going to do some project. So might be we are collecting some data. Maybe it is a kind of a website development, or maybe if you take, it is a kind of a project. Yeah, this is a program evaluation review technique only. Or just imagine that you know that you just have to travel from one location to another location. So how long it will take? So you are just trying to collect the data from different people. So for example, you know that we have to develop a website with maybe 5 to 6 pages for a small business house. So maybe anybody who is from this website development, they can just give me some idea that how much time you will take to complete this 5 to 6 pages of website. Anybody who's from this experience? Can someone come up 3 days? Okay. What about others? Any more figures? 1 week? Then I need some 6, 7 data. 3, 1, 15 days also. Okay. Then 2 days, 7 days, 6 days, any more? Only these many people are there from the IT? Okay, I put my data also. Fine. So what we do in this 3-point estimation is that we just take the best scenario. That is what we call as an optimistic duration. That is the best. So what is the best case here? We have 1 week, no, 2 days. 2 days is our best time. What is the pessimistic duration? That is the worst scenario. The most, we have a 15 days. The most likely is the average of what other peoples have seen. So we take the average of the other. 1, 2, 7, 6, 5. So let's say average is going to come how much? 7 days. No, we'll just convert it to 7 days. 7, 9, 16, 22, 29. 6 coming as a most likely. Fine. So what we do, we just do optimistic duration plus pessimistic duration plus most likely divided by 3. So this is how we take a simple average. So that becomes how much? 2 plus 15 plus 6 divided by 3 means 21, 23 divided by 3, 7.6. If my calculation is correct, someone can recalculate. It's correct, no? 7.6 days is what would be our estimated duration we will consider by using this 3 point. But there is another variations of that. That is what we do. See, I just took what the other data I have. No, I took the average actually. Yes, Swapna, most likely. That is what maximum people have given. I just took their average. Most likely is that. So this is how we do. We have our best scenario, we have our worst scenario, and then we take a most likely in between our optimistic and pessimistic. So this is the first case. Now where we are just emphasizing equally on our that one. Then we do have the beta distribution, that is what we call as a PERT estimate. So there what we do, we always emphasize more on the most likely. That is what we want to give, and we divide it by 6. So here we have our calculation now. 2 plus 15 plus 24 divided by 6. 41 by 6 if my maths is correct. 6.7 days. We have 4 time most likely plus pessimistic 1 plus optimistic. 6 are there, no? Yeah, round off it will be 6.8 days. So this is how we have our 6.8 in our beta distribution. So in your exam, just keep attention, pay attention to that, whether it is talking about the simple average or the weighted average. Why denominator 6? Because 6 factors we have, no? 4 times most likely, 1 pessimistic, 1 optimistic. Optimistic, pessimistic, most likely, most likely, most likely, most likely, right? So now when we say weighted average, so we always give more weightage to the most likely. In the simple average triangular distribution, we are emphasizing equally to optimistic, pessimistic, most likely. So when we use this PERT, PERT is the weighted average only. So 6.8 days it is coming. It is 4 times we are multiplying in the beta distribution. There is a statistics behind that probability distribution. You have to go into that formula calculation if you want to like get into depth of this calculation. This is a long standard deviation, probability, all that calculus you have to use in that. How this they use this 4 times. Okay, that is not 3 times, it is a 4 times. This is what like in PERT we use to emphasize. Now we need to have a kind of a range here, that 6.8 days we always give a range, most accurate range. So when we say 6.8, so 6.8 could be your plus or minus standard deviation. How do we calculate the standard deviation? Pessimistic minus optimistic divided by 6. So we have 15 minus 2 divided by 6. 2.1 days. So 6.8 plus or minus 2.1 day would be the range of our duration. This is the formula of standard deviation. You have your standard deviations, no? This is what like in our maths, in our statistics, there is a calculation, but don't get into that much of detail. Just remember these formulas in case it is there in the exam. So there is a sheet for this 3 point. We have our triangular distribution where we are using our estimated duration by emphasizing equally on optimistic, pessimistic, most likely. When we use our PERT, we emphasize most likely duration more because that is what maximum people we have considered. No, optimistic, pessimistic, and most likely is what we are emphasizing. Why we multiply 4 times? That is what I told you. There is a calculation logic. This is what standard deviation we calculate because we do have a 6. So standard deviation is based on probability distribution. That is how we calculating the standard deviation. We have all this, what kind of a sigma you are using. So based on that only we are calculating our figures. It's all has a background. Don't get into that much of technicalities. Just when we use this weighted average, we always focus, we always emphasize, we always give more weightage to the most likely. Yes, more, this is how beta distribution is what we call as the PERT. That is how we use our PERT standard deviation by this formula. So this is what our PERT deviation says. In this particular example, we have our 10 minus 3 divided by 6, 7 divided by 6, 1.1 days. So what we will do, this 5.5 weeks plus or minus 1.1. You need not have to read all those statistical things, how we come up with this 6 and all. Just we know we have 4 times most likely, one optimistic, one pessimistic, isn't it? 6 values are there. So we have to take the average. So we have to divide it by 6. Simple, Nisha. Don't you feel we have got 6 factors here? That is why we are dividing it by 6. Here we have got only 3 factors, 1, 1, 1. We are dividing by 3. Simple distribution. That is what we are using it. Hey, don't get confused because sometimes you do consider 21 data also, not only 6. Okay, that is what like we say if you are collecting the 21 data and then you are using this 3 point, it would be more accurate duration estimate. Don't get confused that we have not, don't say that we are dividing it by 6 because we have collected 6 data. No, it is always we take the most likely, we emphasize more. In the practical scenario, we always prefer PERT as a most accurate one. Krishna. Always you find it near about only. If you see here we have got 6 weeks, here we have got 5.5 weeks. No. So if you want to have more accurate, more nearby terms, we always prefer beta distribution. So how do we get the range? How do we get the range? Yeah, this is what I'm just coming to that. So our standard deviation in this is 1.1. I am taking it 1.1 week. So 5.5 plus or minus 1.1 will become how much? Your 6.6 weeks. And if you do minus it, so it would be your 4.4 to 6.6 weeks. This would be the range where we have a possibility to complete this project, complete this task. That is what is 4.4 to 6.6 weeks. This is the estimate of our work. In the 3 point estimation, we always consider the 3 values, 3 points. Optimistic, that is the best scenario, worst scenario, and the most likely. That is how we calculate. So we collect the data. So ideally they say if you collect 21 days of data, it will be more accurate estimate. So this there are two formulas here. So in your exam, if the scenario talks about that we are just trying to use the simple average or the triangular distribution, then we will be using this formula. If question says we are going for the beta distribution, weighted average, PERT average, then you have to use this formula. So PERT will always give us the range. Yes, so that is what I am saying. No, the expert says 21 data points will give you highly accurate estimate. If you try to collect 21 datas, that will be more near to your exact estimate. So I'm stopping it here. Bottom up estimate we will do in the next session. That again I'll explain you how we do that. So right now what we have done is we just talked about in our predictive project, we start our schedule planning by developing our schedule management plan. Then we have defined our activities on all the work packages. We sequence our activities where we have to understand the dependencies by PDM. Finish to start, start to start, finish to finish, start to finish. How those activities would be sequenced. Then we have to estimate the duration. So once we will be doing this, we would be able to get our project schedule. When we are starting which activity, when we are going to finish which activity, what would be the total duration. That is what like we have covered so far, and we'll continue with our schedule, and also we'll talk about the schedule planning in our adaptive project also. That is what is our next week we would be doing it. Schedule, resource, what we can cover by next week. So your assignment for this week is read your PMI code of ethics, those who have not done it. So if possible, try to complete all of your backlog if it is there. Maybe first chapter, second chapter, whatever topics you could cover, try to finish it off. Maybe you can skip your first chapter, you can revise it later. Start from your second chapter at least. So you may skip right now the first one. So complete your second chapter, that is a small only. Then read your scope and the schedule that we have covered. Try to do the questions if it is possible for you, because that you need to see how much time you are giving for your this project. If you have made your schedule plan, so now if you haven't, now you can make it know how you have to achieve your timeline. So you have your scope with you, you have to have these sessions, self study, mock test. So make a schedule of yours, allocate a time, and follow that plan. As simple as it. One task can be finished in 5 working days by 3 engineers. It would be, yeah, 15 man days, isn't it? Because 3 people are working for 5 days. So it would be 15 man days, Sundaram. Duration would be 5 days, man days would be, effort would be 15 labors, 15 working manpower. So this topic is important also from the exam point of view. You will for sure have at least 5 6 questions. So do prepare well, and we are open for the questions. I am still there for a couple of minutes. The people who have to have some questions related to your operations or your content, they can stay back. Others can drop off. And thank you all of you, and do join our next session on time for our new learning. So Lindsay says, where are the scope management questions? Are you using Drive or the LMS, Lindsay? On the Drive, it is there in the PMP question. On the Drive, PMP questions folder is there. You would be finding it there. And the people who are using the LMS, I would be, Yeah, agenda is shared actually, but not maybe this batch, but agendas of other batches are there. It is same only. The people who are using the LMS, I am going to share the questions today as well, and all these plans that I showed you, scope management plan and our WBS and our scope statement. I'll just upload it on the drive after this session only. This Excel also I will share. Other Excels are there which are similar only. Other batches Excels are there. No, I don't want to overload this drive also. Otherwise confusion would be there. Fine. So same is available. If you see agenda file, it is there. Yeah, scope and scope management is same only, Lindsay, right? So that is what the file name I have mentioned as a scope. It is same only. It is same thing. So when we talk about the scope, we are scope management only. What you are going to do in this, see, you are now going to study in the weekdays, no? Weekends we are having the class. So weekdays, revise your second chapter, revise your third chapter, scope and schedule that we have covered. So task notes are there on the drive, and task notes I have also uploaded on the LMS. So revise those task notes and then try to do the questions. I'll share this Excel on the LMS. Yeah, batch. This definitely on the LMS portal. I'll share our batch agenda on the LMS part. All right, team. So almost your Saturday, Sundays are over. Nothing there in the weekend. Tomorrow you all have to start your working, especially from the people who are from India. Might be the US people still have got to enjoy their Sunday. We can skip day 1 and 2 in revision. Yes, that is what I told you. First chapter, you can do it later on as well. But start from second chapter. That is what my main concern is. Okay. You may revise this first chapter later on as you get time. But at least complete your second and scope, because this should be all in continuation. We'll do it. We are going to complete our schedule. That is what is the leftover, and also adaptive schedule planning. We'll move to our resource planning also. This is what we are going to do in our next weekend. We'll complete our schedule and also resource planning. Fine. That is the next week's agenda. But before that, please do complete your backlog. So no more questions, team. So do participate in our survey, and if you have enjoyed the session, do rate us 5. Anything below 5, please do put it in your comment so that we can always keep it into our consideration. Yeah, so no more questions I could find. Thank you, team. So I am also signing off.
Thank you so much for the insightful session, and a big thank you to everyone for your active participation. Before you leave, a feedback survey will appear in your browser. We truly value your input. If you enjoyed the session, we would appreciate a 5-star rating. If there is anything that could have been better, please share your thoughts with us. Once again, thank you for your engagement and happy learning. Take care, guys.